Roehampton in southwest London, and to the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. It is the third event, albeit a much more low-key one, from the LTA and Jamie Murray, and it's designed as an opportunity for British tennis players, male and female, to get in some much-needed pre-season match practice after a year that has been unlike any other. We are in Tier 4 here, but the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport confirmed elite sport can continue behind closed doors and with all of the necessary protocols in place. And Jamie Murray and the LTA have put this event together very quickly. Matches will be played on the indoor courts at the NTC, which are a similar surface to the Australian Open courts, and they will also be using the same tennis balls to replicate match conditions in Melbourne as closely as they can. Now, it is a bit of fun, but with a competitive element, as you would expect, and it's a little treat for tennis fans as we head towards Christmas and a new season. I'm Carthy Yarn-Seagram alongside former Fed Cup player Anna Smith. What will the players want to get out of this event?
I think most of all it's just going to be trying to get that competitive juices flowing again. I think they've had a little bit of a break. Most of them will have been doing their pre-season again, so just to be able to step on that match court and get those feelings again before the new season starts.
And how competitive are you expecting this to be? Because it is pre-season, it is effectively match practice for them, but having the extra edge of we have the top 8 men's British players here, apart from Kyle Edmonds. That is something they've got to beat each other all the time, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I know.
You know what it's like.
Exactly. We always say it's a bit of exhibition, just to get those matches in, but no one's going to want to lose to the other. It's definitely going to be a battle of the egos out there and who can get one up on the other.
There are lots of WhatsApp groups, we know, that have been continuing since the summer, since the Battle of the Brits, the main events that we had in Battle of the Brits 1 and 2. And athletes, like all tennis players are as well, creatures of habit, and everyone has had to adapt this year. We all know about that. But how will not having the usual pre-season or flying to Florida or Miami to train affect some of these players?
I mean, it affects people differently because some people don't necessarily fly out to Florida or do any warm season training before they head off to Australia. So for some people, it might not be any different. And I think everyone's already had enough sort of time to get used to how it's going to be. I think it's just been sort of managing how much they're going to train, trying to fit in some time off as well, because obviously it's not been the sort of usual conditions. So you say we finish the season at the end of October and have a couple of weeks off. It's kind of been quite up in the air.
First up on this centre court, as we're going to be calling it for the next few days, Jack Draper and Liam Broady, the British number 8 and the British number 6, both of whom will be just keen to get going again.
Yeah, definitely. I think as we saw, Liam's pretty competitive from the Battle of the Brits in the summer. I know he's got a lot of banter flying around, so I'm sure he's going to want to start off strong here, but again, it's just important to try and get on the match court, see if they can see what they've been doing in pre-season, if it's working. We've got a couple more weeks before the season really kicks off, so I'm excited to see what they both bring to the court today.
And a stop-start season, obviously, we know that. Liam Broady had been doing relatively well, hadn't he, and really looking to try and take some of that into 2021.
Yeah, he really had. I think he'd had a period of time where he wasn't necessarily playing quite as well as he was capable of, and then all of a sudden I think it really clicked. Maybe the Battle of the Brits really helped him just gain that confidence, and then all of a sudden at the French Open it was sort of a massive resurgence, and he obviously qualified and did really well, so he'll be in top form going into the new season.
Getting through 3 rounds of qualifying for the French Open, 26 years old, Liam Broady, world ranking at the moment of 188. He has though been as high as 154. He is the British number 6 at the moment. Trains at the Northern Tennis Academy, which is tennis club, which is a club that I know very well from my family. But he has been here at the NTC, as have a lot of the players over the last few weeks, training down here, which again, that camaraderie has carried on since the summer, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously this has probably been one of the few centres that has actually been open, so to get all of the British players and the best ones to be able to hit together, like you said, that camaraderie I think has only improved since we've had all of the events over the summer, so I think it's been really nice, and luckily enough I've been able to see them all together, and it's been the banter's been flying around.
A bit of an age difference between these two. How much is this event going to help the up and coming players like Jack Draper, aged 18, places below in terms of the British rankings, but down at world ranking 303, to work out where they are in the grand scheme of things?
I think it's always a great opportunity when you get to play the likes of, you know, Liam, test where your game's at. You know, Andy's obviously in this event, Cameron, Dan Evans as well. So, you know, I know that they practice together quite a lot, so he gets to see sort of in training, but there's nothing that can replicate that on a match court. So for him, it's going to be great to see. Obviously, he's doing incredibly well already, but just to see if he can take that next step over this next coming season.
Yeah, it's really important for these guys that you do have the likes of Andy Murray, who we've already seen this morning wandering around. They can get the experience from Andy and Jamie, and James Ward is here as well. Some of the older, more experienced players really helping out the likes of Liam Broady and Jack Draper. Draper, I think, in particular, who is looking to make his mark in the next year, having had some injuries over the last couple of years, but being a junior Wimbledon finalist in 2018 at the age of 16, getting to that boys singles final, that was a massive experience, isn't it?
I know, I remember watching him on court one, and the energy he was bringing was incredible.
Right, here we go then. We have Liam Broady against Jack Draper. Broady to serve. Stressed it is a bit of match practice, but what will they be concentrating on particularly at this point of pre-season?
I think just trying to find their feet in the sort of match situation. Obviously each of them will have things that they've worked on with their coaches and teams, and it's just a case of trying to implement those things as much as they possibly can.
We do have, as you can hear, umpires here today. This first match on the centre court, Richard Hay with us. No ball boys or ball girls or anything like that though. Social distancing being observed by everybody in the National Tennis Centre, including us in the commentary box. Comfortable start here from Broady.
I'll be happy to get those first serves in. It's always nice to get an easy service game on the board for the first game. Game. Must be a few, not nerves exactly, but they know the cameras are out there, they know it's being watched, it's all on the LTA social media channels, the YouTube channel, and there are a few people milling around.
comfortable first service game now at deuce.
Saves himself with his second ace of the game.
First game on his serve to Broady. Just making sure that he holds onto his serve at the start of this first competitive game. This Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis. I think Andy and Jamie are on the balcony watching, keeping a watchful eye as they tend to do over these events. So both Liam Broady and Jack Draper will be very aware of that. The format of this event is also slightly different. It's a one-off league, and it's a 30-match league format with games being played between now and Wednesday. And there is a scoring system in place, and we will have match time breaks, which always makes things rather interesting, I feel.
It does. It changes the mentality a little bit. Normally you think that got to get a couple of sets on the board, but as you can see, Dan Evans, Jamie, I think that's
a trio,
Dan Evans.
isn't it?
Yeah, Dan Evans' coach as well, I think, is getting in some sneaky scouting.
We do have Dan Evans against Andy Murray coming up a little later this afternoon. Draper now to serve.
Typical of the point that Liam wants to play. You wouldn't say he's necessarily the biggest hitter, but the way he moves people around the court, just outmaneuvers them and finds ways to make them hit the hardest shot. Did that again there with Jack.
You don't often get to play each other on the different levels that everybody is amongst the British players, so it is very interesting to see them when they finally get to match up.
And two lefties playing each other as well.
Yes.
It doesn't always necessarily happen, so some things that would be a weapon when you're playing a righty aren't necessarily working today.
Cancelled out.
Absolutely. That cross-court lefty forehand normally does the trick, but it goes straight into the opponent's forehand this time round.
Shot and a confident first service game from Jack Draper, the 18-year-old. You see a level of intensity from him, even in his first game there, can't you, Anna?
Yeah, you definitely can. I think from having seen him in practice as well, he's so focused on every single point, and I think that's one of the reasons why he's going to go far in this game. But like you said, really comfortable hold there. Important, he got lots of first serves and was really solid from that baseline. Manoeuvred Liam really well, and yeah, easy hold in the end.
And as we said, in the summer we noticed with Battle of the Brits, the older, more experienced players do not want to lose to the younger ones, do they?
No, they really don't. I believe that Liam was one of the ones who was flinging around the most chat in the summer from what I heard on the grapevine, so he definitely will not want to be losing to Jack.
Needs to concentrate, I think. might be match practice today, but it's still competitive. And there's, yeah, a couple of interesting players watching as well. Draper, the one moving Broady around this time. Broady's got his sister Naomi Broady playing on court 1 at the moment. She's facing Alicia Barnett. 2 courts with matches on at the NTC for the next few days. And we'll be concentrating on this one, which is centre court. And it will be Heather Watson against Katie Dunne coming up after this match between Draper and Broady.
An important first serve there for Liam. Didn't want to go down love 40.
Serving himself out of trouble.
Just got out of trouble there. Jack was on top in that point, was using that forehand, had that short ball, just couldn't quite execute it. Explaining that was wide. So rather than that being game over, it is deuce. I'm not quite sure if it's the umpire calling the lines or if it's the players or a mixture of the two. Another break point for the first break point, sorry, for the 18-year-old. big second serve. Really kicked him out wide. I'm so far behind the baseline, and Draper maybe went for a little bit too much off that return.
Just appeared off our screen there. Nice little change up from Liam. Coming in, being proactive. And it does make such a difference with him, doesn't it, with that first serve or second serve?
Yeah, it really does. I think if he can get that first serve working, as you've seen, when he's been in trouble in this game, he's managed to find the first serve and he wins the points pretty comfortably. It's just when he gets in trouble and doesn't make it, then Jack can get on top of him. But again, in that last point, saw he approached nicely with that forehand, and he likes coming into the net and finishing off. So I think that's something that it'll be really important for him to do in this match and see how much he does it.
Mentioned that Jamie and Andy Murray were watching on from the balcony, as is British #1 Dan Evans. The women are playing here too. Naomi Broady and Alicia Barnett are already in action. They're on court 1, starting their match. And Heather Watson just wandered past, gave us a quick wave. She'll be on court next. She's coming back from injury, isn't she, Heather?
Yeah, she has been injured. I think this would be a good chance for her to get some matches again. I believe she played in Dubai the other week. She did pretty well. So again, that would be good for her confidence, getting a few matches under her belt and knowing that the fitness is there. So I'm interested to see her play later.
All the players turning up nice and early because there are lots of tests and protocols to get through before you're actually allowed into the NTC. Everybody here has been tested, temperatures and COVID-19 tests. A pretty secure environment, as it has to be for sports events these days. First double fault of the morning from Jack Draper.
Looks like he slowed that first serve down a little bit almost. Caught Liam a little bit by surprise.
Chasing after the ball. Something they're all getting used to, isn't it? Not having the ball kids around these days.
It's a good excuse to take a little bit longer in between points.
So much right during that, but he just couldn't finish off the point, it seemed. Broady all over the court.
He did so well to turn it around. And then you thought he might just sneak that volley over. But again, showing all that fitness work they've been doing in pre-season, that court coverage was exceptional from both players.
A variety as well, from particularly from Draper there, from that point.
I think that's something that's important in the men's game as well, that you do have that variety. You look at Novak, Rafa, Andy, all of those guys, and you see that, you know, they're able to hit big from the baseline, but they've also got that finesse. They can slice, they can come forward. So I think from a young age, you know, Jack's still 18 and improving all areas, so I think that's definitely something that he can really keep looking to do, because he hits it so well from the baseline. He can look to keep moving forward when he has those opportunities. I think it can only be helpful.
And that movement of coming in is something that a lot of the top players have said they're trying to introduce to the game. Dominic Thiem mentioned it, Stefano Tsitsipas likes doing it. It's better to introduce it as early as possible, isn't it, rather than waiting and trying to do it later. Yeah,
definitely. I think if you know, Rafa's a prime example. When he was younger, when he first came onto the tour at sort of Jack's age, he was planted about 20 feet behind the baseline, and you ask him what coming to the net was, he probably would have looked at you really confused. But he's probably now one of the best net finishers in the game now, and look where it's got him. So I think, yeah, it's something you've got to do early on. The better you can feel at a younger age, it just is great for your development.
Yeah, no chance being 20 feet back from the baseline and the courts inside the MTC. There's not a huge amount of space in the back there.
No, there isn't. At least it forces players to be aggressive.
Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing how much they might change their tactics during this match. These two.
I'd be surprised if either player really changes up too much. They have, well, Liam especially has a pretty set way of playing. Looks to outmaneuver the opponent, get them on the run, and grind them down and sometimes finish at the net. So I think that's the pretty clear pattern of play that we're going to see from him today.
And as much as I said, I suppose the players, British players, don't play each other that often, they do know quite a lot about each other's games, don't they?
Well, especially with, you know, everything that's happened with COVID and having most of the players been training here, they've been hitting with each other on a daily basis. So even if they didn't know their games before, they know them inside out now. So there's not really much that any of the players can do to surprise them. It's just about who plays the best and executes their game plan on the day.
The top 8 British men are here, apart from Kyle Edmund, who has been coming back from that knee injury and has been training here at the NTC though. Have you seen him in the last few? You've seen quite a few of the players recently, haven't you, Anna?
Yeah, I have. I've been lucky enough to get some sneak peek and watch a few of them. I think I saw Kyle on the practice court the other day, but maybe just not quite ready to get some matches under his belt. But yeah, he was looking good, and all of them have been looking great, to be fair. They've been working hard, and yeah, hopefully a lot of British success in the new season.
For someone like Jack Draper, who is 18 and ranked just outside the top 300 in the world, the last year will obviously have been difficult. It's been difficult for everybody, that goes without saying. But for those that are not quite in the ATP level, the ITF circuit has been fairly disrupted. They've tried to get back, but it's more difficult at that level, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think with the ATP, you obviously have a set calendar that they've been really trying to put on, but with the ITF, a lot of it, like you said, has been cancelled. I think he's managed to play 3 events since we've kind of come back down out of lockdown, and you know, it's tough to find that rhythm again. And again, with his ranking now, you're kind of wondering what he's going to be doing at the start of next year. He had potentially been on the border of getting into ATP qualies, but obviously now things are going to be incredibly strong. So it's going to be hard. He's going to have to come up with a great schedule and just try and get matches somehow.
Yeah, Draper won the ITF tournament in Sunderland in March. Tour was obviously suspended just a few weeks later, and he didn't start again until October for those 3 events that you said he's going to play in the last few weeks. We see Draper coming forward, nice execution of the volley at the end. Had the time there as well to get there, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he also made the right shot selection as well. Some people would have gone for, you know, one of those backspin drop shots that bounces back over the net, but he was smart, gave himself big margins. Already looks pretty comfortable up at the net. Taking that backhand nice and early.
Sauntering style of Draper. It reminds me of Tsitsipas a bit. Maybe it's just he's got slightly longer hair at the moment, I'm not sure.
I was going to say,
it's just a casual approach.
He is quite a chilled out kind of guy. But you're right, yeah, he's got the long locks now. That's pretty short.
So many people do.
I know.
It's been a strange old year. Really well played by Jack Draper. 3 games all. Not being bullied around at all by Liam Broady.
No, he
senior
hasn't.
And a couple of places above him in the British rankings. He's absolutely up there with him, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. Using that forehand so well. As you can see, the amount of racket head speed he's able to generate is pretty exceptional.
As we were saying, this isn't an official event. It is effectively match practice, simulating match conditions, but they are taking it quite seriously, as we thought they might.
I'd have been shocked if they weren't. I'm sure we'll see a fist pump fairly soon.
much can you simulate those match conditions?
That's a good question. It is tough. Obviously, you know, when you have the points and the crowds. It does add a whole other element that you can't when you kind of have 4 people on a balcony watching. But again, it's up to the players to bring that energy, and you know, they've got to realise that this is an event that's going to get them ready for the new season. So I'm sure they're all taking it extremely seriously, and as you can see, pride is on stake, which is a huge thing.
Very important. Egos and pride.
Absolutely, the 2 main things.
Doesn't matter about the points. And in the current situation that everyone's in around the world, you might be playing like this anyway in a tournament. So I suppose that aspect is something that they've got used to over the last few months.
Yeah, unfortunately it is becoming the norm, not having crowds to play in front of and literally having maybe 2 people watching, so it does make it tricky. So they do have to bring their own energy, but I believe that Australia have announced that they're going to be having hopefully 50% capacity when they're doing the Australian Open in February, so that's going to be brilliant, I think.
50% is such a difference these days, isn't it?
You could even see on Philippe Chatrier, I think they had about 1,000 people, but the amount of noise that they were able to bring, it just makes a complete difference to the players.
Yeah, a couple of the Premier League games have had 2,000 fans, and even that makes a massive difference.
You almost take for granted.
Yeah. Australian Open hopefully going ahead on February the 8th. It was confirmed in the last few days, so 3 weeks later than usual. It will be interesting to find out what happens, because you do have to get out there relatively early because of the quarantine period. You can only practice with one person. You have to decide who that person is for your 2 weeks of practice before the tournament starts.
There's a lot of rules and regulations that you have to follow, and obviously slightly different this year with the qualifying being in a different venue in a different continent.
Yeah, different country. Doha on January the 10th will be qualifying for the Australian Open. So halfway there from this side of the world anyway.
Breaks up the trip quite nicely, to be fair.
It's not bad. And we haven't had confirmation of who definitely will be heading over. Dan Evans, Kyle Edmund. Dan Evans actually would be the 32nd seed.
I believe so.
Dan and Kyle on rankings would be fine to get there. Andy Murray, I think, is the 19th alternative, or potentially waiting for a wild card. We might hear more about that in the next few days while we're here at the National Tennis Centre.
Cameron Norrie, I believe, will be in the main draw as well.
Yes, those, yep.
And obviously a lot of our doubles players as well. There's be a strong British contingent heading over there.
And again, quite good for them to have that camaraderie when you're going through those slightly different, strange situations. I think that has made a difference to the players this year, as they've been talking about. Women's qualifying is taking place in Dubai, so even the qualifying events are in different places, aren't they?
Trying to make it as safe as possible. Obviously, if you've got 128 players in a qualifying draw for men and women, it's it's pretty hard to work out the logistics of that, so smart idea to hold them in 2 different locations.
Yeah, there's a limit to the number of people that are going to be allowed into the state of Victoria. That's why it's all been staggered and sorted out in the way that it has been. It's taken a lot of organisation. Broady really has been made to work on a lot of his service games. He won one of them to love, but the rest have all gone to deuce, I think.
Draper's found ways to just get that first serve back in the court. Initially Liam was getting quite a few free points, but now Jack's putting it back in awkward places, making Liam have to hit 1 extra shot. Oh, that's a tight one. You'd be hoping the umpire called that out, but the players are the ones that are calling the lines.
At the level where we have a speedometer here, so I can't tell you, but that did come smacking down the centre of the court and towards us very quickly.
I'm going to guess about 120, I'd say.
Well, he is being made to work, but he's also finding a way to come through each of these games, Anna, which is an important part of what he needs to do, isn't it?
He somehow managed to find a way. Anytime it's got a, up to deuce or break point down, he's found a massive first serve. 3 big first serve, 2 aces and an unreturnable, saved him and got him out of trouble. I think we saw the first fist pump as well. Quite a subtle one, but I think I clocked it down the far end.
I think we'll be seeing more of those as the few days go on, particularly later. We have Dan Evans against Andy Murray.
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fist pumping from Dan if the Battle of the Brits was anything to go by.
And for Broady, he was playing a mixture of ATP and ATP Challenger events. Do you think he'll make that step up to being able to play ATP events this year? And it's a difficult balance, isn't it? Because you don't want to be losing too much on the ATP tour, and maybe you want to do some of the Challenger events so that you are at least winning some matches in the tournament.
It's finding that right balance. Obviously he showed in that French Open that he can compete with the best guys and get through qualifying at a Grand Slam. But it is finding that balance between having enough matches to gain confidence, but then also taking that progression to the next level. So he's got to find that schedule that complements both. And then obviously, if he starts doing well in the Challengers, the ranking goes up even more. Then he can keep progressing into the ATPs on a more consistent basis. But I'd say initially the first few months of the season, he's going to be trying to find a mixture of the two and just trying to get as many matches under his belt and as many wins as possible.
Draper at 3-4 in the first set. It's Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis, first match of the day on centre court. intensity level just dropped off a bit from both of them.
It does look a little bit like that. Just looks a little bit flat, and it sometimes can get like that when you don't have some rallies. But it's good for Jack getting those big first serves in.
Quickly, Jack Draper, everything he does, apart from obviously, as I said a bit earlier, seems quite chilled between the points, but when he's actually playing the points, it just seems to be a bit quicker and a bit more intense than we're getting from the Liam Broady side of the net.
Yeah, I think Liam, when he plays, he's, you know, I think because of his game style and the fact that he's more of a counter puncher, whereas you'd probably say Jack is a slightly more attacking baseliner. You'd probably say you will see that difference in calmness, shall we say.
Quite enjoying the contrast there.
It's always nice to have that slight difference. You know, I think sometimes it's argued that players nowadays play too similar, so it's nice to see that variation in game styles.
These matches are being streamed on the LTA's social media and YouTube channel, just to give fans, tennis fans, a little something to watch ahead of the new season. It's all been put into place pretty quickly by Jamie Murray and the LTA, as soon as they knew the dates for the new season. It really helped in the summer for players to have something to focus on mentally as well as physically, didn't it? And I guess the same now in this pre-season.
It's just a nice mix-up. I think sometimes pre-season can be a lot of hard work, and you kind of think, when am I going to be playing matches again? And obviously it's after the new year, so now it's just a little bit of a match kind of fix for them to get their juices flowing.
Your fellow countrymen and women adds definitely to that, as we've seen over the last year, because they just don't get to do it normally on the tour that much. Dan and Andy, Evans and Murray hadn't played each other on the tour until they played in the Battle of the Brits in the summer.
Like you said, even if they are at the same tournaments, it's quite a slim chance that they will play each other, so to be able to get out on the match court against each other is good, and yeah, pride is on show here for the victor.
All ahead of the 2021 season, which at least we know at the moment anyway is supposed to start at the start of January. Events for the WTA in Abu Dhabi on January the 5th, and for the ATP January the 5th in Delray Beach and Antalya, at least something for the players to focus on as well, knowing it's been probably a strange time not knowing when the season even was going to start until the last few days.
It's been quite hard to plan. I mean, you see all these sort of emails and things flying out saying, is the season going to start here, and we're going to tweak it here and add tournaments here, take them away. So it's been pretty tough. I know when I was playing, I always wanted to have a set schedule, kind of give you a little bit of routine. But again, that's sort of been thrown out of the window these last 9-10 months. So at least it's good for the players to at least have a little bit of something to plan for the next sort of 2 months, really.
Routine's such an important part of athletes' lives, and that has all been very much in the air over the last year. But that is why Jamie Murray and the LTA have organised these three events. This is the most low-key version of the Battle of the Brits events, but they certainly helped in the summer, and I think this will help a lot of players as a pre-season competition, just to see where they are in their pre-season training. It's an important point now for Jack Draper. 4-5 down, got to serve to stay in the set. See how he does.
Pretty well, if that first point's anything to go by.
And that intensity has returned.
Makes life so much easier when you get that big first serve and you can hit a forehand like he does. Tennis is pretty simple.
Draper, 18 years old, he won that first title of the year in March in Sunderland, then a week later was runner-up in Glasgow and was in South Africa when the tour was suspended, but clearly on an upward trajectory at that point.
Yeah, he has been. He's been doing very well, getting lots of matches in and getting those under his belt.
Shots in this first set. That's Jack Draper.
Just giving himself some self-coaching there by the sounds of it.
Struggled on his service game at all.
No, it's been very routine. Again, that first serve doing a lot of damage. He's able to get that forehand into play, and when he does, he's able to get Broady on the run. He's making it pretty easy for himself. Liam's got to find a way to maybe take a guess on these returns, or you know, you can see him pretty far behind the baseline.
So let's see how he gets on. Absolutely fine is probably the answer to that.
Yeah, another very comfortable hold. He thought Liam maybe had managed to get on that front foot in that last point, but Jack showed his athleticism on that backhand passing shot, and Broady couldn't quite find the volley.
games all. First set, over 100 ranking places between them, but I wouldn't be able to call this one, Anna.
No, I wouldn't like to call it either. And I'm not very good at predictions normally, so please don't ask me, Kathy.
I'll start asking you at the start of each match now.
Oh, no. Exactly the type of game that Liam would have been looking for. Hopefully a nice, easy hole to love. Hopefully I haven't jinxed him.
Yeah, he started out quite comfortably and then struggled a bit more on his service game, so a love game would be helpful at this point. 6-5 it is. They're playing on the plexi cushion hard courts at the National Tennis Centre, trying to replicate as much as they can the conditions that they might be facing in Australia and Melbourne. New courts in Melbourne this year, actually. No, started. What year are we in? 2020. At the start of 2020, that's what I'm trying to say.
Easily confused. Who knows what time we're in.
I know, it's been a long year. Those green set courts, which they put in at the start of this year, so that's what they'll be playing on next year, so that's why the NTC have... And they've replicated here the different grass court surfaces as well, so that the players get that chance to try the right kind of clay and the Wimbledon style of grass as well, haven't they?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. You know, you get the practice that you need, and so when you go to these events, that the change of conditions isn't so much, because occasionally, you know, before when I've been to, you know, US or Australia, I found the conditions to obviously be quite different. So it makes a massive difference for the players to have that as one less thing to worry about.
They've got some new clay courts, Italian clay courts that have been put in, 4 of them that are the same as the Monte Carlo Masters clay here at the NTC, I think recently as well. So all the conditions covered. The US Open as well had new courts this year. There's lake-hold court surface, which I mentioned in their press conference. Serena Williams had that shipped across to her to her back garden. She just happened to be putting in a new court around the same time. So
as you do.
She made sure that it was the right surface to practice and be similar to the new US Open surface. I think Rory McIlroy has something in his back garden that's very similar to one of the majors. Maybe the
A
Masters.
tennis court? I was going to say, I didn't realise you were such a keen tennis fan. It's pretty impressive, and it's got a pretty big back garden.
Well, a few holes, not the whole 18.
Maybe just Amen corner or something like that.
Jack Draper just solidly making sure that he stays at the same level as Liam Broady. Taking this into a tie break if he can in the first set. That's a big match to choose from between the two, isn't it?
Not at all. It's literally going to come down to who can serve the best and just find a way to sneak a mini break in this tie break if it comes down to it.
Points now for Jack Draper to take this into a first set tiebreak. that's a massive surprise to either of us, having seen how these two are playing. First set tie-break, 6 games all between 18-year-old Jack Draper, who's ranked just outside 300 in the world at the moment, and 26-year-old Broady, who's just inside the top 200. And on the other court, which is Naomi Broady, sister of Liam, she has taken the first set 6-3 against Alicia Barnett. And they are into the second set now. I think that one is going with serve at the moment. So Liam doesn't want to do worse than his sister, does he?
No, you want bragging rights in the family. Who's your money on in this tie break?
Oh, I actually think I like the look of Jack Draper at the moment. Who's yours? Seeing as you've told me already that your predictions are terrible.
Just to make it interesting, I'll probably have to go for Liam then, won't I? Good start for him.
And it's just a bit more where this match practice scenario comes into play, because you do have to play the tie-break properly. I suppose that a lot of it has felt a little bit pedestrian on the way in the first set.
Yeah, this is where the kind of the pressure that you talked about will come through. This is where the fine margins come out. The sloppy errors are really noticeable here. You can kind of get away with them in the normal set with the scoring system, but again, he missed missed a fairly easy return on that last serve from Jack. Sorry, could have just got it into play, and again another error, and all of a sudden the pressure's back on you. If Jack gets a mini break here, all of a sudden things change very quickly.
Sure, though, we mentioned that he is quite enjoying coming into the net, and it was the right tactic there, definitely.
Yeah, he hasn't really served and volleyed too much in this first set, but it was the perfect time. You could see that Jack had opened that racket face and was going to hit a slice, so he closed the net really well. It feels like that gave him the confidence then for that first serve. Tennis works in mysterious ways, doesn't it? It's all about momentum.
You may be able to hear planes going overhead. I'm not sure if you can, but if you can, it's because obviously we're in a very ventilated room, even though we are indoors in the tennis centre here, and right underneath the flight path. Interesting point of this first set, into a tie break, 3 points all. Just takes a tiny mistake or an excellent shot, and it suddenly will change for one of these two, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. But I think with the scoring system like it is, playing that match tie break in that third set, your kind of mentality may be slightly different. you know, if you lose a set like this in the normal scoring system, you think I've put in probably over an hour's work and got nothing to show for it, and I've still got to win 2 full sets. But now, even if they lose it, they've just got to get one more set in the tie-break. So, you know, maybe they'll go after it rather than hoping for errors from their opponent.
So far in this first set between Draper and Broady. First of 4 matches today. Being forced as well to move around, having to go for the lines as well.
You could just see in those last 3 points from 3-all, Liam sort of almost flipped that switch, and he's just like, I'm just going to be a wall. I'm just going to make him miss. And, you know, Jack's thrown up 3 errors and brings up 3 set points. I think I can see just peeking around the curtain, Andy Murray's just watching this time break just through there, through the gap.
While he's practicing.
Yeah, just think he's finished his warm-up, so just seeing what the competition's doing out there.
He has made a big difference to a lot of these players this year. Jamie has been at 7-4 in that tie break. And as you said, there was just a little switch of momentum from Broady there, mentally and physically, it seemed, towards the end of that tie break.
Yeah, it just, you know, it's such fine margins, but you just could tell that there was almost a, yeah, like you said, a switch that went, it just upped that intensity by like 1 or 2%, and that was what makes a difference in these tight situations. You know, he wasn't willing to give up any unforced errors, and Jack, you know, maybe that's just inexperience. You know, he was trying to be brave and go after it, but just didn't quite find the court, and Liam will be really pleased to get through that gruelling first set.
Did you notice when Andy Murray came to watch from the side there? Because I noticed that in the French Open, in his final qualifying match to get through to the main draw, Liam Broady did point out that he wasn't playing particularly well until Andy Murray turned up to watch and was very vocal, and that made a big difference. He said it's quite disconcerting having Andy Murray watching you, and I realised I had to up my game, and he got through that match and made it into the main draw to make his debut at the French Open in September.
I think, do you know what, funny you say that, I do think it actually was about 3-all in that tiebreak that he popped his head round, so maybe Liam should hire Andy full time to be his spectator.
Draper's just popped off the court at the end of that first set. Yeah, Liam Broady talked quite a lot about Andy Murray, actually, saying that after that debut in the French Open, which was in September, which still seems like a strange thing to say, instead of in May. But he lost in the first round to Jiri Vesely, the world number 68. But he did point out that the support on WhatsApp and being able to talk to Andy, knowing him much better, having been at this event in the summer, the Battle of the Brits, a couple of events that Jamie Murray and the LTA organised in the summer, just made a big difference. And that environment of the support network, all of them are still on these WhatsApp groups from the summer as well, which means that they're talking to each other and they're actually passing on information as well about opponents, and that is very valuable information.
Yeah, most definitely. I think as tennis players, you kind of need all the help you can get, and obviously you've got someone like Andy Murray who's been at the very pinnacle of the game for so many years and won so many things, and for these guys, you know, Jack, Liam, even people like Dan and James Ward, to be around them and to see what he brings to the court day in, day out in practice, and what he's experienced and any advice that he can give, and just knowing that they can send out a message and be like, you know, can you help me out with this or this, and knowing that he's on the end of a phone is, you know, there's not many players in the world who are going to have that, so for them to be able to use that as much as they can, it's just invaluable for them.
And Jack Draper, just wandering back onto the court now at 18 years old, has pointed out that he finds the travelling difficult, and he says it is a struggle for me to have, again, a bit of a support network out there rather than all of you being in your individual teams. Makes a difference, and it could have a huge knock-on effect for some of the youngsters, couldn't it?
Yeah, tennis is a lonely sport, you know. Especially at the ITF level, a lot of the times you're travelling on your own, maybe with just a coach, and you're away from family, you know, 35 weeks of the year. It can be tough. I think Dan Evans has spoken about it quite a lot. He struggled a little bit with the travelling as well, and you've got to find a way that works, because obviously it's such a big part of the job, but it is one of the harder aspects of being a full-time tennis player.
And do you think some of them will have, this year, from having to stay at home, thought a bit about whether this is definitely what they want to do, or realise that they potentially could enjoy the travel a bit more because they've been forced not to do it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's obviously sacrifices when you play sport professionally, the travelling and things like that. It is part and parcel of what you do, and some people are going to like it more than others, and it's just something you have to find ways to deal with and strategies to do it, whether that be have, you know, friends and family travel to certain tournaments so that you kind of get that feeling of home, or whatever it may be.
Or Zoom calls, as we all know about. Right, second set, Jack Draper. Think we'll see much of a change from Draper here? What does he need to... He didn't exactly lose the last set particularly. It was a very close first set, but does he have to change much to try and get the second set here?
I wouldn't have thought he's going to make too many tweaks. I think obviously we could see that it was just a couple of points here and there in the tie break. I think the most important thing is that he's got to put his game out on the court and just about executing a couple of points better here and there, but I still think he's going to try and go for those big serves, go after the forehand as much as he can here. It's that 1-2 punch. Big first serve and getting that forehand into play as much as he possibly can.
Broady defending as much as he could, but wasn't going to get that last shot back.
Might have to grow a couple of inches. I think his sister got the height in the family.
Yeah, maybe Broady isn't somebody I like standing next to.
Neither do I.
5'3".
I'm 5'7" and I don't like standing next to her.
held his concentration here, I think. Jack Draper, 40 love up, double fault. First serve in the net.
When you've had a long first set like they both had, it's hard to keep that intensity up for the start of the second set, but it's crucial if Liam can somehow find a way to get a break. He just emphasises that momentum shift that he's got, puts Jack on the back foot. He's got to find a way to get through this game and finally get a foothold in this second set. From 40 love to deuce on the first game of the second set. And this is where Jack Draper has spoken about needing consistency. It's hard when you kind of play the game style that he does, more of that aggressive attacking baseliner. It is hard to find a consistency because you're taking a lot more risks, whereas Liam's one of those guys who turns into a brick wall and doesn't miss, so it is hard. But again, Jack's evolving and getting better every day. That's an example of Liam at his best. That's exactly what he does. Point in, point out. He wears you down, gets you moving around the court, and as soon as he gets that opportunity, you can see him sneak forward, and he knows exactly what to do with the volleys. He doesn't try and do too much, but he'll put it in an awkward spot. Considering how fairly comfortably Draper held serve in the first set, that's the first break point opportunity now for Liam Broady in the second set. I was going to say maybe he's starting to get a read on that first serve, and then Jack comes out with one of those. Just seeing a few more mistakes now from Jack Draper. Some of that is mental tiredness rather than physical tiredness. It's obviously not physical tiredness yet. They're in the second set of the first match, but he's just having to stay at that level the whole time with Liam Broady. I think that's one of Liam's strengths. He's just able to grind you down. Doesn't give you many free points. You can see just a few more errors there creeping into Draper's game. That's the kind of shot that Jack Draper was making in the first set. Doesn't make it here, and we have a first break off serve. Broady taking the first game of the second set, having already taken the first set on a tiebreak. Jack would be a little bit frustrated that he wasn't able to hold on being 40 love up, you'd have thought it'd been a comfortable hold, but Liam was able to turn it round. He just found ways to get that ball in the court, and as soon as he got into baseline rallies, he was just like, you're going to have to do something special to pass me, and Draper couldn't quite come up with the shots.
I know, again, we're talking about effectively competitive match practice, but having got to a tie-break, and then dropped the tie-break, having been 40 love up in the first game of the second set, and then being broken, how much can all of that now just play a bit on his mind? Jack Draper, he is still 18 years old.
Well, you know, he's
these situations.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be frustrated. I think he probably thought at 3-all in that tie-break he was really in it. He was serving well, hitting his forehand, and then just a few sloppy errors. And again, there's probably going to be an element of frustration, but now he's just going to be really important for him to regroup and try and find a way to get back on this Broady serve.
That Liam Broady didn't want to be outdone by his sister. Naomi Broady is playing on court number 1 at the moment. She took the first set 6-3 against Alicia Barnett, and Barnett is 4-3 up in the second set. So they're fairly level at the moment. Brother and sister combination. Any issues so far? This slightly different format, 2 sets and then a match tie-break for the third match, and it's a one-off league format. I'll explain the point system in a moment. A 2-love lead in the second set for Liam Broady, the British number 6, over Jack Draper, 18 years old, and the British number 8. They'll be getting points for all of these matches, and we'll have a league at the end to decide on who is the winner. 3 points for a win over a player ranked inside the world's top 250. 2 points for a win ranked over somebody who's between 251 and 600, and you also get 1 point for winning a set while losing a match. Did you get all that, Anne?
I wouldn't want to have to repeat that, but it sounded good.
So I'll keep a tally on that. That's why it's called the Premier League of Tennis this time around. A little come on there from Jack Draper. He just knows he needs to get back to the level that he was at the first set, doesn't he?
Yeah, you could almost tell that he felt himself that he'd had a little dip there, and it was important for him to kind of refocus and find that energy again, because you do feel like he dropped off physically and mentally. So give himself a little kick up the bum.
To not do is what happened in the first game of the set, where he went 40 love up and then lost his service game.
And this is where Liam will not want to be giving away free points like that either, especially when you can see that your opponent is slightly mentally and physically just a bit down. That's where you've got to keep your foot on the accelerator.
How difficult is it to not let your opponent see that? Because we can tell that straight away from the way that Draper has changed in the last half an hour or so, and obviously his opponent can tell that as well.
Just have to try and be a good actor, which is easier said than done. It is tough though, like you said, to try and keep that level exactly the same throughout a whole match with all the ups and downs that you go through emotionally and physically. But you've just got to try and find a way. Federer has been so good at it over the years. You rarely see him show any emotion. And it's something that you have to learn.
40 love again. But again, Liam Broady seems to be coming back into this game. He's managed to hold on to his serve this time, and that will be maybe the confidence boost that he needed, because we have seen him drop off a bit since that, as you said, three points all in the tie-break. He hasn't managed to win much since then, but now he's just held serve, Jack Draper, so 2-1 up.
It's good to hold them.
Yeah, yes, and you can sort of hopefully see the mental and physical change, as we've been talking about going the other way, negatively. Maybe see it positively now.
Yeah, I think he realised that it was a crucial moment in the match. Obviously, he lost that first set in such a tight fashion, and going 2-love down, especially in the men's game where the serving is so crucial and it's tough to break. He realises he needed to kind of change it and get that energy back somehow, and that last game was so important for him to hold, and now he's just got to find a way to, these first 2 points are going to be really, really key. If he can find a way to, you know, get 15 or love 30, it's going to put the pressure right back on Liam.
And I mentioned that he himself, Jack Draper, has talked about needing to be much more consistent and doing that week in, week out. He's 18 years old. Where do you see him being able to get to? That's a big question, I know. He won, sorry, not he won, giving him a bit of extra bonus there. He got to the final of the boys' singles at Wimbledon a couple of years ago, and there was a lot of hype around him at that point, wasn't there? And that's difficult to manage.
Yeah, it really is. I think as he's shown, he's got a lot of potential, obviously sort of just outside the 300 range. He's got the weapons, you know, he's a great mover, he's got a huge forehand, he's consistent, he's got great serve. So I think it's just about managing expectations and having a good team around him to keep progressing on what he needs to physically and game style wise.
Discuss the reason that this is happening. It's obviously match practice for them pre-season, but it's also to get some experience if somebody like Andy Murray, who is here and talking to the players while they're training, and he had to bulk up and do a lot of fitness, and the fitness trainers are, you know, move around, fitness trainers are here, some of them. That all helps too, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I think that you look at someone like Andy and you see the progression he's had from an 18-year-old to where he is now, especially physically. You look at sort of Andy when he was 18, and you know, they all admit he's a pretty skinny guy, and you see the development he's had over the years through all the hard work and dedication that he's had, and you know, hopefully it can only serve as an inspiration to Jack and see what's possible with that hard work and dedication. But I think it's also realising that it's a long process. You've got to have that mentality where you can't think everything's got to happen now. You've got to have that vision for the long term.
Telling an 18-year-old about instant gratification isn't the right way to go, really.
Yeah, that's probably why I wouldn't want to coach 18-year-olds. They say patience is a virtue.
But something like Dan Evans, who now has Tim Henman's former fitness trainer, Kieran Vorster, Dan's 30 and he says he's in the best physical condition that he's ever been in.
And probably playing the best tennis that he's ever played in as well. So
yeah, his highest ranking this year is 28, which was the highest he's been in his career. So it has made a huge difference, but much later on.
Mm-hmm. We are seeing a lot more nowadays that people are peaking at a much older age. I think, 20 years ago when the likes of Martina Hingis was winning Wimbledon at the age of 16 or something crazy like that, you just don't have that because they're not physically developed enough in their games and also with their physiques. So it's almost physically impossible to do that nowadays.
Yeah, that's why I was interested in how far you thought Jack Draper could go, because being 18 in the men's game, there are a few youngsters that we know of that are that have been playing very well, and we have the ATP Next Gen, etc. But they all develop at different times, don't they? So we can't expect Draper to be at that level now.
I think he's got so much potential to reach the top of the game. It's just important that he has a good team around him that kind of work through those progressions and take those steps. It's so easy to rush and try and suddenly just play matches, but training and all of that thing is just as important, trying to find that balance between getting those training blocks, getting him stronger and playing those matches as well.
Didn't call that.
I think that was quite a generous call from Jack. He's feeling in the festive spirit.
I just couldn't tell if you called it.
Is he now debating that? No, I think he's given that as a
I think that was an ace.
and at that point gives Liam Broady a 3-1 lead in the second set. And you may have heard a shriek from one of the other courts, which was coming from Liam's sister Naomi Brody's court, where she is into the second set of her match against Alicia Barnett. Draper just seems a little bit off in this second set compared to particularly the intensity of the very beginning of the first set.
I don't know whether it's kind of the mental intensity or if it is the physical, or it could be both. But yeah, there's just dropped off a fraction, you feel, in the second set. You feel like Liam really senses an opportunity here. You can hear him just talking to himself, telling him to come on. I think his coach is in that corner as well, maybe just giving him a nod of encouragement as well here.
it's a really interesting mixture, Broady, of that, the wall that you've mentioned that you just can't get past, but also you can sort of see the killer instinct starting to kick in now, that he can see the end of this match is in his sights and in his hands as well.
You know, as a player, you can feel that shift in momentum, and you get that sense where your opponent's just dropped off, you're ahead in the score, and you really know that this is a time to kill it off. And yeah, like you said, in these last few points, you really get the feeling that he knows that this is crucial, and if he can get this double break here, that it's probably match over, unless Jack comes up with something pretty special.
Plenty of social distancing going on, so I think that might be
Dave Samuel
in the corner there, yeah.
He's a long-time coach.
Liam Brody's, but it's practically on the next court. That's how far away he is.
I have to get the megaphone to speak to him.
Yeah, not sure they can hear each other. Well, that's an important hold there for Jack Draper. You could definitely tell that Liam Broady was looking at a potential 4-1 opportunity, but 3-2 is very different. And also with the match tiebreak, as we mentioned, for the underdog, I think that makes... And we noticed that a lot in the summer with both the Progress Tour and the Battle of the Brits matches, and the LTA, Return to Elite Tennis, all of those events had match tiebreaks. And it does change the mentality, as you said, of it, but I think more so for the player with the lower ranking.
Yeah, it does, and especially if you've lost that first set, you do tend to think, okay, I've only got to win one full set, and then it's a match tiebreak, and it's anyone's game. But I think Jack would have really struggled if he'd have gone a double break down there. You could sense his energy was slightly lower than it was in that first set, and he was struggling a little bit, and you could tell that Liam was really maintaining his level well. But he found a way and dug deep to get that hold, and again, now anything's possible. He's just really going to have to focus in on these first 2 points, try and keep building that pressure, and now it's up to Liam to just keep doing what he's been doing and really just maintain that level.
And as you just saw from the match time there, over an hour and a half. We're only really halfway through the second set. It's been a proper competition, even though it's match practice competition. But this is exactly what this is supposed to do. This is why Jamie Murray and the LTA set this up, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Give them this kind of practice.
Yeah, definitely. There's nothing that, you know, as much as you train on the practice court and get in the best shape, matches are what you need in the legs.
Hold of serve hopefully has given Jack Draper a bit of a boost.
Looked like he came out on that point, was just a little bit more aggressive than he has been. His feet were moving a little bit quicker, and there was a bit more on those ground strokes than there have been in previous games.
6 at love 30, but as you can hear from that reaction, Jack Draper not quite able to get onto that next serve and do something with this game. Love 40 would have been an interesting place for him to be.
Definitely not being as generous with the line calls that time. Such a good point from Draper. Had Liam on a piece of string in that point, just going from side to side and finish off so nicely at the net, bringing up 2 break points.
Well, he's faced a few in this match so far, Liam Broady, in the first set. Got a couple more to face now.
Hate it when that happens. String breaks on break point. Not the ideal timing.
Well, just fill you in while they sort out, well, Jack Draper sorts out his racket there. That on the other court, here at the National Tennis Centre, it is now 1-all between Naomi Broady and Alicia Barnett. Broady took the first set 6-3. Barnett's come back to take the second set 7-5. So they are going into a match tiebreak. You can watch that on the LTA's social media channels, YouTube, or the LTA's website. You can see the other court, or you can continue watching this. One or the other. You can probably watch both quite easily with a phone and a tablet, or a TV and a computer, or whatever setup you want. Watch both Broadies. Technology has made a lot of difference, obviously, over the last year, but in terms of somebody like Jack Draper, who we mentioned has struggled a bit with the travel. I know we had Skype and FaceTime and things beforehand, but Zoom and the way that people now use it much more regularly, that could make quite a difference to these players being on tour over the next few years.
Most definitely. I think if you're someone who doesn't necessarily like that aspect of the job and you know, the travel side of it and being away from home, you know, things like that to make you feel like you're at home are such big ways and such little things that they can do. So it's been a massive thing this year, and hopefully will be a big part of, you know, him moving forward and hopefully starting to enjoy the travel a little bit more.
Broady coming back 4-2 in that second set now. He took the first set on the tiebreak 7-6. Pressure is now back on Jack Draper. very interesting this year if we get a full season, and that is a big if, obviously, to see how players do respond, because so many of them will have spent time at home. Somebody like Nick Kyrgios, again, who's spoken a lot about the mental issues of being on tour all the time and not wanting to travel, particularly if you're from Australia, where so few events happen and you are away for months at a time. And to see how players come back from all of this year, next year.
It is a strange thing because, you know, players won't have spent this much time at home unless they've had injuries for, I mean, since they were probably in their teens. So it's a very strange thing to get used to. And then having that going back out on the tour, you know, it'd have probably been almost a full year by the time it kind of goes back to normal, hopefully. So it is strange, and it is something they're going to have to get used to.
And everything will be minimal, like it is here. Very few people around, minimal staff operating, making sure that this all works. There'll be extensive safety measures and protocols everywhere, like we have here. So even when you go back to it, it's not as
normal.
It used to be.
No, not at all. I think the players will be counting down the days until, you know, things can go back to pre-COVID. But I think it's going to be a while till that happens.
Jack Draper just starting out really on his career, trying to make his way onto the ATP circuit eventually. Currently playing mostly on ITF events. Had 7 titles to his name, and he had won one in March before everything changed. Well, we have said this is a bit of fun, a bit of match practice, help ahead of the pre-season, ahead of the new season. It's a really important point for Jack Draper now to sort of see what he has to do. So I think this will make a big difference to him these next few days.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you get the chance to take on higher ranked players, put your game up against them, it's a really good thing to see where you are.
It's not far off, I think. It's going to be off maybe the disappointment of losing that first set and whatever happens now, but he can tell from this he's not that far away from somewhere like the top 200.
Not at all. I think he's got to take the positives. He's, you know, at his age, it's just little tweaks here and there, just improving little things that make the massive difference. What you were talking about at the start of the match, the consistency, again, that just comes from maturity and playing matches and getting match tight and knowing in those important points when you need to pull the trigger and when you need to kind of hold off a little bit more. And I think that's just been probably the difference between the two. Liam has known when, in that first set tiebreak, for example, at 3-all, he just needed to be solid, and Jack maybe put his foot on the accelerator a little bit too much. It's just little things like that do make all the difference. But you know, Jack's got such a long way to go in his tennis journey, and he's got all the potential in the world, and the sky's the limit for him.
And he can watch opponents during these next few days as well, and maybe pick up a few tips from other people. But also even just this set, he could have gone 4-1 down. He was 3-1 down at the time, managed to hold on to his service game, and 4-3 is a very different place to be in the second set. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes out of this, and always love to know what they think about when they sit down at these tie breaks. We did in the previous Battle of the Brits. We were able to talk to them from the commentary boxes, which was fascinating. I think a lot of fans found that really interesting, although they were obviously very out of breath when you were trying to speak to them. But it is very interesting to know what they're thinking about in those moments.
It is. Tennis players are weird and wonderful creatures. we think of some strange things when we play. So it would be really interesting. It's a shame we don't have it this week, but I'm sure Jack's thinking about ways that he's going to be able to find that break, because time is running out. Only potentially got a couple more chances to do it.
from Draper. Both players very fit in terms of their movement around the court, getting to every ball.
It's definitely a strength of both of them. Liam especially. You wouldn't say he's not necessarily the biggest ball striker, so his movement has to be exceptional. And as you've seen today, his court coverage has been brilliant.
The match on the other court has just finished. Naomi Broady has been beaten by Alicia Barnett 10-3 in the match tiebreak. Liam concentrating very hard, hasn't noticed that his sister has been beaten.
Again, another chance. He'd worked the point so well. Decided he wanted to pull that trigger on the forehand and just went a little bit too big. Didn't need to be that good. That's where that consistency and knowing what shot to go for at the right time maybe comes out a little bit there.
Broady is going to be very difficult to break his serve. I've doubted him a few points during this match, particularly in the first set on his own serve, but he is very solid.
Just wanted to get a bit of extra match practice, that's all.
That was a Broady come on, 5-3, one more game from him to take this first match of this Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. First match out on centre court, first match out on court number 1 has just finished. You can watch both of the courts on the social media channels from the LTA or on the LTA website. Second match that's about to start on the other court is Anton Matusevic against James Ward. They'll be coming out in a few minutes. You can keep an eye on that. Also YouTube as well. LTA's Facebook and YouTube channels will have match on court number 1.
Jack wants to at least make him work for it. Make him serve out the match rather than giving it to him here.
executed by Jack Draper.
Took that backhand on nice and early. Didn't necessarily try and add extra pace to it. And then close that volley really, really well.
Points needed by Draper to do what you're saying, to make Broady serve out to take this first match.
Definitely has other ideas about that. He wants to get it done right here, right now.
Doesn't look like a man on a mission for the entire match, but at certain points he has.
I think he's just known when to turn the screw and what the crucial moments of the match are, and he's picked his moments really well. Realised at the start of the second set he really needed to go for it, and you know, his level's been very high throughout.
Shows the experience difference between the two players. To come to the net during this match, particularly if they've got the right approach shot, and they've both been pretty good at finishing rallies off from the net too.
Invariably they've gone for the right volley. Again, same thing, Jack could have gone for something a little bit deeper, but he saw that Liam was just behind that baseline, so just hit it short, gave himself big targets. Really smart play. Glancing up at the balcony, there are one or two players around, sensing that this might be coming towards its conclusion. It does look like a couple more people have congregated, realising that it might be the end of this match very soon.
Doing his best to try and force this into another game. Doesn't want to lose the match at this point on his own serve. clearing that point from your mind. Is that something you used to do?
Yeah, I did. Trying to reinforce good habits. If you had done something slightly wrong on a previous shot, it just made you kind of feel it in your head a little bit. I don't know.
No, I hadn't realised quite how mental it was to do the shadow shots.
Just works on, whether it's timing or just a little technical thing, but yeah, it just reinforces that movement again.
To work to try and hold on to his service game against Draper.
Broady is not letting this one go without a fight. He wants to get this match done and dusted right now.
Coming up to 2 hours, just a couple of minutes away from the 2-hour mark. It has been a tough match, really, considering this is the first of their pre-season.
They both might be feeling it a little bit tomorrow in the legs, but it's exactly what they wanted from this event.
Great shot by Draper, needs to follow it up now. Just working Broady into that corner before he unleashes.
So I'm sure Liam was hoping that this one would maybe just float long, but a fast racket head speed and topspin just brought it down inside the line.
Took a while, but Jack Draper has made sure that he's won that service game, and that keeps him in the match. Broady with a 5-4 lead in the second set, having taken the first set on a tie-break as this match ticks over the 2-hour mark. And that is exactly what we were saying is needed. That's the reason that the event has been put on, to give them this practice, slightly different to the summer Battle of the Brits indoors for a start, but it is to replicate as much as they can, simulate those conditions that were coming up in Melbourne in a few weeks' time, now that we know that the Australian Open will be happening on February the 8th. And even that in itself is probably quite a big mental advantage for all players around the world, to know that that first Grand Slam is supposed to be happening and have a date fixed for it and know how it's all going to work. Because I think that's been one of the elements of this year, having a French Open in September and the US Open bubble, having Wimbledon cancelled. It's just so uncertain.
It's tough when you're training for a period of time and not knowing what you're training for. I think now that they've got a clear focus, these guys are getting ready for, well, Liam obviously especially is getting ready for the qualifying, which is starting in a couple of weeks.
Bit of clapping coming to the balcony. Guess who's orchestrating all of that? Andy Murray. Trying to get the players G'd up, particularly Broady, who is now serving to take this match 5-4 up. that was Andy Murray trying to get people to get involved in the match a little bit. A handful of people that are here.
Creating a little bit of atmosphere at least.
Well, Broady knows what he's doing as well, and he's obviously spoken about the support of Andy Murray. As we discussed, it's made a big difference to Broady over the last year. And I think Andy probably knows that and is trying to help.
see how annoyed he is with that forehand. And
How annoyed he is with that forehand.
it's always frustrating when you're making an opponent serve out for the match. You don't want to give away some free errors. And that first forehand is not what you want.
Very annoying to let this game slip away easily, having put in all the work over the last 2 hours.
Not much you can do about it when your opponent's serving like that, though.
Seen a few of those from Liam Broady today. 40 love, 3 match points for the British number 6. Jack Draper caught a little bit in the middle of the court there, not quite sure. Liam Broady taking that second set, 6-4. He took the first set on a tie break. And as we expected, it was a difficult match for both players, really. They made it competitive, which is what they're hoping to do over the next few days. What will Liam Broady take away from that, Anna?
I think he'll be really happy with his performance. I think, you know, maybe in that first set he started off a little bit slowly, struggled to win those service games, but as soon as he kind of got into it and found that energy and intensity, you know, his level was very high, didn't give away many unforced errors, was able to dictate points when he could, served pretty well. So I think all in all, he's going to be very pleased with his day's work so far.
And just over 2 hours, but ended in defeat for the 18-year-old, for Jack Draper. He can take a lot of positives from that, though, can't he?
Most definitely. I think, again, you know, he'll be happy with the level he played at, showing that he can hang with guys who are in that top 200 bracket. Just again, what we spoke about, you know, a lot through that match is just finding that consistency and in those important points, just finding the right shot selections and just making sure his intensity stays pretty level throughout the whole match.
Well, these matches have been put on by the LTA and Jamie Murray. A third time for the Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis, and they get points for these matches. So at the end of the week, we'll be looking at adding all of those up, and that will be 2 points, because Jack Draper is outside the top 250. So 2 points for Liam Broady for winning that match. And I think the main statistics up on your screen at the moment to have a look at that match, and taking those break points was important. He had several of them, Jack Draper, particularly in that first set, and he just wasn't able to convert, and that's where some of that experience really comes to the front, doesn't it?
It's just knowing when to kind of sit back and be solid, and then when he needed to attack, and it just, yeah, it was pretty obvious there that Liam sort of had that tactical experience and was able to do what he needed to on the big points, whereas Jack maybe struggled a little bit.
Match play opportunities for the players here at the National Tennis Centre, and in the first match of the first day, Liam Broady has beaten Jack Draper 7-6, 6-4. The next match on court will be Heather Watson against Katie Dunne. And if you want to watch what's going on court number 1, which you can do, then go to the LTA's social media, the LTA's website, the LTA's Facebook and YouTube channel, and you can watch Anton Matusevic against James Ward. That match has just started on court number 1. But coming up on centre court in a few minutes, it will be Heather Watson against Katie Dunne.
Hello everybody and welcome to the second match of the day for the Battle of the Brits Premier League Tennis. I'm tempted to say football there, but I won't, because it's all about the tennis today. I'm Anne Batson, your commentator for this one, on court number 3 at the National Tennis Centre on the first day of the tournament. Joining me on commentary, I'm delighted to say, because we met about 2-3 years ago, and for some time I've been trying to get to have a conversation with this person, but I'm delighted that she's sitting next to me. The brilliant Yaz Clark, former professional tennis player, now a coach and athlete mentor, and sister to Jay Clark, who will also be playing. Good afternoon to you, Yaz.
Hi, good afternoon.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, really happy to be here and be commentating. It's my first time out, so yeah, be gentle with me, but yeah, I'm ready for it.
Be gentle, but we'll both be gentle on each other as well. Both are gentle on each other. So, as I said, on court number 3, it's Heather Watson who'll be taking on Katie Dunne as part of the Premier League Tennis for the Battle of the Brits, and I'm looking forward to this one, and here she goes, ready to serve. Now this event, Yaz, is very much seen as preparation, isn't it, for the Australian Open, a chance for the players to to blow the cobwebs away and get some movement back in their legs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jamie, it was a little bit last minute, but Jamie's put it together, and it's going to give the players the opportunity to get that all-important preparation ready for the next up-and-coming 2021 season. I think it's been a difficult year all round. I think it's been really important for the players to get these matches. You know, normally they're playing 60 plus matches a year, so it's been fantastic of Jamie to set up this event.
Yeah, really good, really good. Now these two have met before, Heather Watson and Katie Dunne. They met in 2017 at Surbiton. Heather Watson beating Katie in straight sets, so they know each other. And of course they're all friends on the circuit anyway, so they all know each other as players and on a personal level too. Watson taking the first game of the first set here at the Battle of the Brits, the Premier League of Tennis. Now, as Yaz mentioned, this is the LTA and Jamie Murray have teamed up for the 3rd time this year to offer the British elite men's and women's tennis players some enhanced pre-season match play opportunities, and that is very much so because now we know the Australian Open will be moving to February and the qualifying event will be in Doha around about mid-January, from what I understand, in 2021. It's a good opportunity for as we said, for the players to start building up their match play again, because this year has not been a normal year.
No, say that again. Yeah, absolutely. It's usual practice for players to play numerous sort of practice matches and everything like that towards the end of their off-season. So this, creating that tournament environment, I think was really important for their preparation and helping them, you know, make the most of this time.
We should say that 16 players of men and women will play in a 30-match league format that will see each player play at least once across the 4 days. And the prize, I'm told, is pride,
Absolutely.
which I absolutely love.
Yeah.
We've seen already a couple of competitive matches. They're not treating this as you said, like a training session.
No, absolutely. It's creating that tournament environment that's definitely needed at the moment. Katie's definitely trying to take control of these points early on. She's looking for a forehand there quite a bit.
You mentioned about that forehand, that's Katie Dunne's favourite shot.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I saw that in her bio. The same with Heather as well, actually. So they'll both be looking for that shot. That ball toss of Katie's just drifting a little bit to the right.
I was going to
there.
ask you about
Yeah.
that because there was something going on there clearly.
Yeah, probably just a little bit nervous, just releasing the ball slightly too early and it's drifting to the right and she's having to chase after it a little bit. I'm sure it'll be fine when she's settled down a little bit into the match.
Heather Watson with break point. Heather Watson with the break there. She now leads 2 games to love against Katie Dunne. I do wonder, I've noticed there's a bit of pink taping on Katie's wrist. I don't know if you've seen that on her right hand. I wonder if that may be
maybe a factor. Yeah, absolutely.
And nerves as well, as you rightly say.
Yeah, definitely. Because with that ball toss being so far to the right, she's only really able to slice that serve. And even though it may be able to go body, Heather can predict it quite easily. Which is putting a little bit more pressure on her second serve, which is why those couple of double faults probably drifted in there.
Good for Heather to come into the net there. I can see what she was trying to do.
Yeah, definitely. I love to see the girls coming forwards, and obviously Heather's incredibly strong at the net. She's got a Wimbledon towel to her name, so she knows what she's doing around the net there.
there are no ball kids at this event, so the players are having to sort out the balls
Absolutely.
themselves.
Back to basics. Back to basics. I love it. I love to see it.
I love to see it too, actually. And also, are the players calling if the ball goes out?
Yes, the players are calling their own lines. I think the referee, the umpire's there just to, so I guess, keep everything going and also to call the score.
Like you said, back to basics.
Absolutely.
She knew it, didn't she, the minute she hit it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Katie Dunne with break point. And Katie Dunne gets the break back, so we're back on serve in this first set. Heather Watson leads by 2-1. Let's talk about Heather Watson's year, because she's had a topsy-turvy year.
Yes, I think it's just been a really bizarre year for everyone. She obviously started off incredibly strong, had that fantastic win in Acapulco. I think that was actually the week before lockdown. And then just, I guess, lost a bit of her momentum since coming back. I think she struggled a little bit. I think she had 6 first-round losses, and then she had a good tournament in Dubai where she ended up making the quarterfinals. I think it's with anything, it's those matches and that practice that you can't buy, unfortunately. You know, you can train as hard as you want, but being on the match court creates a completely different vibe, and this is where tournaments like this that have the pressure of playing a match but maybe not the added pressure of travelling and all that other stuff is really, really important and sort of critical for that sort of development of, you know, practice matches. You can see what Heather's trying to do though. She's trying to be aggressive, as is Katie, but both just a little bit rusty at the minute and a few too many unforced.
So I did an interview with Katie Dunne during the first lockdown, and I was asking her what's she doing to keep herself fit and motivated, and she was saying that she, just before lockdown happened, she managed to get 2 sets of large tyres from the local garage.
Wow.
And then set up a net in the back garden and use
Oh,
that to
wow.
do practice.
Okay.
It was great.
Yeah.
Great idea. Just to keep that hitting practice going, having to
Yeah.
be creative.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, that's giving her a few problems at the minute.
It is. Oh, well played, yeah.
Nice shot.
Yeah, very good.
It's one thing I think Katie can do really, really well is she can take the ball early on her forehand. And she's quite accurate with it as well. She likes to be aggressive off that wing, so I'd like to see her doing that a little bit more as the match goes on.
stop-start motion that tennis players do, there's been some debate about how many times can a tennis player do that before actually making the serve, and should that be penalised? Have a think about it.
Oh wow, that is lucky. Twice in one game, especially to get the break point as well. No, for me, I genuinely think, you know, it's fine for them to throw the ball up and let the ball drop. As long as they don't start that motion, then that's absolutely fine from my perspective.
I agree with that.
Generally, it does. Generally, you know, at this level, they're very good unless they get the heebie-jeebies.
Back to deuce. It's an interesting one because I've seen on the tour there are certain top level players who will do it at least twice and then get the third one in, and I'm thinking, oh, that's a little bit. Yeah. Maybe one for the future, I think.
Absolutely, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think the game is always evolving. You know, the rules that have been brought in. You know, when I first started and I was a tiny tot, we used to play 3 full sets. You know, before the tie break to 10 came in, and that was a great addition.
That last game there, Heather did use the slice to great effect, I thought. Just hitting that back line, trying to take the time away from Katie.
Just a little bit of frustration there. She knows what she wants to do, just struggling to execute it. Good for Katie, hanging tough, coming from love 30 down that game. One of the real assets that I think to Heather's game is her serve. She's it's a great serve, and she's able to vary where she's able to place it to be able to set up the next shot. Nice easy, yeah. Saw that Heather had drifted back there and was able to use a drop shot. Great effect.
GB ranking for Katie Dunne is number 9 in the world. She's 212, not too far from breaking the 200 at the moment. She reached a career high of 89.
I think she's dropped down. She's
Dropped,
3-2. She's 3-2-2 at the minute. I think she was a career high of 312. But yeah, no, she's been amongst it. I think she's played at Wimbledon a couple of times as well. She has the potential to be a really, really good player. Very good all-rounder. One area I'd love to see Heather using more. She's got great cross-court forehand. She's able to break the sideline there. I'd love to see her using a little bit more width and then adding that pace on the next shot. Great serve.
Still on serve here at the Battle of the Brits Premier League. You're watching Heather Watson taking on Katie Dunne. They haven't met before in 2017 at Surbiton, and no doubt they've seen each other around the circuits anyway. They know each other, all part of that friends group as well. But for Heather, we talked about her year this year. I mean, I remember you talked about her winning that title at the Mexican Open against Leyla Fernandez, who's an up-and-coming Canadian player, fantastic player to watch, one of the young guns as I like to call them. But we know that Heather can play on the big stage. She has titles already. I will never forget that match that she played against Serena Williams.
Yeah, that's one of the. Even though she lost it, I'm sure she'll put it down as one of her better matches in her career.
I know when she was up at 15-40, and I knew at that point, I just knew at that point that Serena was probably going to come
that little
back.
bit more experience. You know, you don't become a Grand Slam champion that many times, and you've not been in that many positions that many times to be able to not come through.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Heather's she's a seasoned pro. You know, she's been there. She's been on tour for quite a few years now, and she definitely has the ability to get back to her career high. I think it was 38, but actually to go further than that. It's just getting that consistency throughout the season. She can win titles. It's backing up these tournaments.
Just made the line, didn't it?
Did, but I think that Heather's really starting to get a read on this serve now. You know, Katie's always having to slice it, and she's almost anticipating where it's coming before it's even hit.
I want to ask you about the serve. The serve fascinates me a lot within the game, how players set themselves before throwing the ball up into the air. We'll have a chat about that in a bit, because I find it fascinating.
Yeah, just at first glance, I think it's probably one of the weaker areas of Katie's game. I'd love to see her develop that. I think it comes down to a lot of the rhythm. It's quite quick, and she's almost sometimes de-accelerating on that contact. And that toss is definitely it's too far to the right, and she's just releasing it that tad too early. So I think it's just a rhythm change, but that could sometimes come down to that little bit of confidence as well.
Again, she knew it, hence the little yelp.
Yeah, as soon as it leaves the strings, if you know, if you're a good player, you know whether it's in or out.
Heather Watson with break point.
Nice variation from Katie there, using the wide serve. Heather wasn't expecting it, and then able to create that space and open up down the line.
Well played.
Yeah, using the backhand again.
And she's working hard to save those break points as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting that first serve percentage up is really going to help her to be able to hold baseline and stay a lot more aggressive like she wants to be.
And Heather Watson gets the break. She now leads by 4 games to 2.
Yeah, it's a good return from Heather. Quite smart, just kept it very neutral, pushed Katie back, and unfortunately unforced error there from Katie.
And yet we could see little green shoots of Katie's game was starting to come through, so maybe that will put her in good stead for the rest of this set.
Yeah, that's that weapon of a serve that I was talking about with Heather. You know, she's at full stretch on contact there. And she's got some really good disguise when she likes to disguise it going wide. Getting that ball shorter, landing shorter in the box.
There's a real art to serving, isn't there?
Yes, definitely. Great return there from Katie, really taking the ball on. Yeah, with the serve, it's not necessarily always about the power. It's sometimes that placement, you know, that variation. It keeps them guessing, and that's what Heather does extremely well with her first serve. You know, she's not the tallest. I think she's 5'7", but she's able to pick her spots and hit them. Great serve, great serve. Nice return from Katie there, dragging Heather into those tram lines. That's that width that I was talking about. I think both of them can definitely start to use that a little bit more. Doesn't necessarily have to be quite as hard, it's just finding that angle, creating that opening.
And you talk about placement, they could go wide, down the line, on the tee.
Yeah, absolutely.
The list is
Body.
endless.
Yeah.
I think for us casual fans, they think, oh, you just, you know, throw the ball up in the air, you hit it, hope for the best. But there's, as I said, there's a real art to it.
I'd like to have seen Katie use her forehand there. If you saw where she was almost sort of in the tram lines hitting a backhand when she should have been looking for a forehand. The majority of winners on tour, and I saw the stat a few years ago, are hit by the forehand. So it's really, really important. And you'll always hear, you know, good coaches tell players, you know, really go after it with your forehand. Always look for the forehand behind the serve. Had 4 looks at second serves there, and she's been successful three times, so Heather needs to find that first serve now. It's a good point from Katie.
The key is not for Heather Watson to rush herself, because she can see she's leading by 4 games to 2. If I can get this 5th, and if I can break her in the next game, then the game's done. But, you know, Katie's hanging in there.
She is. She's finding her feet now. It also shows though how crucial that first serve percentage is, and how much the game, you know, you can go from holding to 15 to now you're in the advantage, you know, the nitty-gritty side of the game. Nice variation going wide there with that second serve. Super point, super point.
Well done.
Using that slice to neutralise there, and using the forehand to open up the space again. Great angle there from Heather, and able to open up the court.
And as you said, pulling Katie wide.
Yes.
Can't get back in time to return the point. It was a fantastic point.
staying nice and low on that backhand as she hit it as well. Very good. It's a strange one, 'cause, you know, it's 5 games to 2 now, but actually it's been really quite close. There's been a couple of points in it here and there. But that also shows through that experience as well that, you know, Heather's played on tour, she knows which points that she needs to win to be successful.
We talked about Heather winning the title this year at the Mexican Open. Something I read yesterday is that herself and Carl Edmund are the only British players to win tour titles this year.
Wow.
Well, I saw that on social media.
Wow. In all fairness, I don't think there's been many tour tournaments, but no, it's a good stat to have. But what's also really refreshing is actually we have British players. You know, I think in the past British tennis has been hammered quite a lot, but you know, we've got British players winning tour titles now.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
how
a really good
is
point.
that? And actually, maybe Dan Evans hasn't won a tour title this year, but I think I read a stat somewhere that he was in the top 10 players in the world before lockdown in terms of matches won and results this year. So, some really promising things.
Absolutely, the results he's had over top 10 players this year have been
Fantastic.
amazing.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I mean that is some comeback from him.
Yeah.
Some comeback.
New balls, of course. That hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Katie now needs to serve to stay in this match, of course,
She does.
for the first set.
I think Heather needs to give that net a rub as she goes past, because that's the 3rd time she's managed to get lucky there on that net cord. Nice serve, Katie. It'd be nice to see her getting a few more free points from the serve, but like I said before, she's got to keep Heather honest there. Heather's looking to attack now on this serve.
Is that what Katie needs to do? Her plan is to make Heather make those unforced errors, to force her to make those errors, but also try and pull her wide when it comes to the serve as well. And try and get 3 points.
Yeah, absolutely. So Heather's actually a really good all-court player, so she is quite difficult to play. She does tend to sit back at times, and I think Katie's trying to be more aggressive, but it's making sure that she's sensible with that shot selection. I'd actually like to see her coming forwards a little bit more and actually able to take that time away once she's been aggressive.
Again, Heather, I just wonder if she's rushing herself. Again, just a little bit.
But I think that's one of those things where, as a tennis player, you know, that's an unforced error. You know you should be making that ball, and that's where the frustration kicks in, I think.
Oh, that was a great serve.
Nice serve. Good variation there using that T serve.
Katie Dunne with a break point.
In terms of the tennis balls, I think they're using the Australian Open tennis balls. I think the whole purpose of this event was to try and replicate those
Interesting,
conditions
right,
next
okay.
year.
We're going to see a vastly different Australian Open, aren't we, in 2021?
Yes, I'm not quite sure what it's going to look like. First of all, I think the men's qualies is in Dubai, the women's is in Doha. That's starting the week of the 9th of January, I want to say. And then there's going to be a chartered flight out to Australia with a 2-week quarantine prior to the tournament commencing. shot.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Heather there. Set point for the British number 2. And there we have it.
Yeah.
Heather Watson takes the first set by 6 games to 2.
And that's those nerves that I was talking about. I think that ball toss really drifting to the right, and Katie was chasing after it there. It's one of those ones where you should have let it drop, but you get so far in the serve, you think, you know what, I know I can make this, and then you still miss it anyway. So it's always worth letting the ball drop there.
It's interesting to see how different players use change over time, use the sit down time. I love the way Victoria Azarenka sits there and goes very much into a zen mode. Others take a bite of a banana. You talk about the stats there, you talk about the first, in terms of the break points and the first serve percentage, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah, so the first serve percentage is actually quite low for both, to be honest there. But the big difference is those first serve points won and the second serve points won. 15% there for Katie, and it's just, she's really struggling with that second serve. But I also think it's because she's giving Heather so many opportunities to attack it. It puts that added pressure on it.
What can Katie do you think, for this second set? Where can she improve, or what's working for her at the moment?
I think she definitely needs to target taking more time on those first serves. She was able, once she was into those points, she was able to attack a little bit more. She used the backhand line really, really well. So it's trying to set up that a little bit more. I think generally she needs to find a way to try and get 50-50 in the points initially to be able to build. But I'd like to see both of them using a little bit more width to create those openings. There were still quite a few cheap unforced errors in there. So I think there's room for improvement on both sides of the court.
So Heather Watson at the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. She leads by 6 games to 2 in the first set.
Serve from Heather there. That's the third ace down the tee on that juice court. I was also just about to say, on Katie's return position, I notice she's kind of drifting a little bit wide on this juice side, and on the ad side she doesn't really seem to be covering her backhand either. Whether that's maybe a weaker shot that she feels that she needs to protect a little bit more on the return.
Oh, just missed the line.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Definitely the right idea.
Again, as you said, trying to be more aggressive, attacking more.
Lovely use of the drop shot there from Heather, really well disguised and perfectly executed.
I hope everybody's enjoying the live stream so far. We'll be showing all the matches over the next few days or so on the LTA's own social media channel.
Yeah, I think it's great to be seeing some live tennis again.
Yes.
I know Battle of the Brits was a huge hit in the summer, so it's great they put on a little bit of a Christmas edition as well.
That was a great return. Heather's a massive football fan like me. And Manchester United will be playing later. It's a big match later for them. They're playing against Leeds United later this evening, I think, or late this afternoon. So no doubt I should be keeping an eye on that match. It's funny because quite a few tennis players are football fans. They like their football.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not one of them. I'll be honest. My brother loves Chelsea and Derby, so he follows both of those.
Of course, yeah, because you're from Derbyshire,
Yes.
of course. I've got family in Derbyshire. Used to go down to Pride Park back in the day.
Yes, definitely. Won't be the same without the Boxing Day game.
Yeah, I know. Can I ask you about why there is such a debate about whether what is better between the a double hand backhand or the single hand backhand? Why that debate is starting to come back up again?
Well, I think you look at the men's game at the minute. You look at Stefanos Tsitsipas. You've got Dominic Thiem, Stan Wawrinka, some of the men, Federer, of course, Gasquet. Some of the best backhands in the world at the minute are men's backhands, men's single-handers. So it is quite interesting. You don't see many females with it. Carlos Suarez Navarro, I think, maybe is the only one. I do think strength and timing. I think when you're a youngster, generally, that's a great jump shot. A nice shot from Katie.
Yeah, coming into the net just like you said.
Yes, actually, I like to see a little bit of variation that's coming into the game. Yeah, I think the men's game, it has become quite a debate actually, and there are quite a few very, very good single-handers now. Whether it'll be on the women's side, I'm not so sure. I think as a junior, generally, when you're a youngster, you're always told target that single-handed backhand because they just don't have the strength. But these guys are proving that it can be just as good or just as effective as a double-hander. But if I could choose, I'd still want Andy's double-hander every day of the week. Nice there, opening the court with that serve, able to hit the space.
Of course, all the matches taking place here have been done very much under a controlled basis because of COVID-19, and it's also because tennis is an elite sport and these are elite players. It's great for them to get, as you mentioned earlier, an opportunity to get some match play in.
Yes, definitely. I think it's been a very difficult year all round, but here at the NTC, there's a one-way system. There's on-site COVID testing. It's been very, very well done. Nice return from Katie there, rushing Heather down the middle.
I wonder if the intensity has just dropped a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm getting that sense.
Yeah, some very short points happening at the moment. adding that little bit of net pressure there as well.
And as you talked about earlier about Katie coming into net, putting
Yes,
Heather under pressure, which clearly she did.
Yeah, Katie's also a really good doubles player as well, so she knows her way around the net. But it's that solid serving from Heather there. I think Katie played a couple of really, really good points, but Heather's able to get those couple of cheap points behind her serve, which is proving to be very fruitful for her.
Another thing that Heather loves is TikTok.
TikTok. I don't use TikTok. Do you know, I realise I'm far too old to have TikTok now.
You and me both. You and me both. I don't get it personally. I mean, I'm on social media, as you know, but I don't get TikTok. But she loves
Oh, wow.
TikTok.
Wow.
Gemma Collins' impression, because I'm from Essex, Gemma Collins is from Essex, is actually really, really good.
Oh, wow. I'll have to check it out.
And her dancing as well to Beyonce is actually, they're quite good, they're quite funny, and I guess
Yeah.
it just helps just to do something a bit different and
Yeah,
engage with your fans
definitely.
as well. And,
Definitely. I think social media can be that kind of, it can be difficult, it can be quite hard, but also it can provide that little bit of downtime and stimulus that everyone needs. So,
yeah, absolutely. And again, when I spoke to Katie during lockdown, she was saying how important her family were to her to keep her motivated, keeping her levels up, doing different things,
yes.
cooking,
Yeah,
baking.
the normal stuff.
Yeah, the normal stuff.
Everyone turned into Mary Berry. That first lockdown, I was making banana bread on a loop. I don't know about anyone else.
No,
but,
I gave that a miss. I was doing house jobs instead. All those house jobs I needed doing on the list.
That you
Yeah, been
pretended
putting
that
off.
you've never had time for. But
Absolutely.
there you go.
And we are on serve in the second set. With the Battle of the Brits, Premier League tennis. You're watching Heather Watson and Katie Dunne live streamed on the LTA channels as well as YouTube as well.
One thing I think tennis has really missed this last year is the fans.
Yeah, I agree with
I think having that atmosphere has been quite hard to recreate without them. I think it'll be great when they're back in the stadiums and able to watch.
Well, we saw a limited number of fans at the French Open, didn't we? I do wonder what the Australian Open are going to do. I've seen already that they're advertising for tickets, but I don't know if that's the full complement of, you know, if they can
Yeah.
have a full house. I doubt it.
I very much doubt as well. I think normally the Australian Open has sort of 30,000 plus people a day, and I think that would be very difficult to manage.
How exciting is it on the women's game to see the players that are starting to come through? Because I think the Battle of the Brits did a great showcase of that, showing those who not necessarily have the high profile like Heather Watson does.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see. I think we'll see Emma later, Emma Raducanu, who won the British Tour yesterday. She's a great prospect coming up.
Jodie Burridge is another.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Jodie played some great tennis, and she actually had that win over Jo Conter. Yeah, there's obviously Harriet Dart as well. She's starting to sort of come into her own. I think she's around the sort of 150, 160 mark. So no, it's really promising, and there's some really good depth in British tennis now to see. Cheap points this last game from Katie. It's really important that she manages to stick with Heather. I think that's the only way that she's going to be able to apply that pressure. If she's able to get a couple of games on the scoreboard, if Heather's able to relax, it could be one-way traffic.
Great point for Heather. And Heather Watson gets the break. She now leads by 3-1 in the second set and took the first set by 6-2. Few games left for Katie. What can she do here to try and get that break back, do you think? Try to get back on level terms with Heather?
Yeah, I think definitely these first 2 points in this game is going to be really, really crucial. If she's able to hang tough, she might be able to get that break. She broke in the first set. She can do it. It's important that she believes that she still can. Seeing Heather start to relax that a little bit more now and be free with moving the ball around, but of course she's got to set the break up, so it's easy to do it from there.
It's like the first set as well. That first half of the set, it was the kind of
crucial.
edgy, and now that second part of the first set, she started to settle more in, and you, as you rightly say, she's starting to do that now.
Yes.
I hope we haven't given her the commentator's curse.
Yeah. Great defence from Heather there. It's one of the really strong qualities that she's had. She's able to turn those defensive shots into attack, able to counter extremely well, and then ended up backing that up with a great forehand as well.
What are the different defensive shots that a player can use?
So there's 3 different ways to defend. You can stay in the point, you can try and turn it around, or you can try and neutralise. And one thing that Heather's really good at is actually that countering and that neutralising. So when she is in defence, being able to get back to 50-50 in the rally, or even turn it to her advantage. See there, I just think it was just too many cheap errors from Katie there. It's a little bit too flat, a little bit too snappy now. From her, I'd like to see her going with big margins actually, and trying to really make these rallies last a little bit longer. One thing that you're noticing is all the shorter points are being won by Heather, and actually all the longer points are now generally she's starting to get a hold on. And Katie's not able to find her way into the rally.
And as they sit down at the changeover, it's Watson leading by 4-1 in the first set, and she's taken the first set by 6-2. I talked to you earlier about the changeover at the end of the first set, about how some players use it in different ways. As a coach, what do you encourage that players do within that changeover time?
Well, I think one of my coaches, Alistair, Alistair Hyde, who's written lots of books on momentum, is that thing is always new set, new start. It's really, really important. Whether you've won or lost that first set, it's really important that you go out at like a completely new match. You know, you've got to reset. Yes, you've got that set in the bag, or you're a set down, but it's important that you refocus and restructure and go back to what your basics are. And sometimes it's always good to have notes in your bag. I think that's something that Jay does well, just to remind him in those important moments. Lovely change of pace from both players there. It was a big, powerful forehand from Heather, followed by the angle, and then that slice to move forwards.
And I felt there in that last point that Heather looked a bit more relaxed.
Yes,
she's swinging
definitely.
more freely now.
Definitely, and I think that's one thing that this is creating, that is giving players an opportunity to find that, you know, find that match rhythm.
We haven't spoke about Jay. How's he doing?
He's doing okay, actually. I think he had a couple of little niggles this year, and he's been training down here actually at the National Tennis Centre for the last sort of 4 weeks. So I haven't really seen him too much actually, but no, I think he's doing good. Ready for 2021, as most of us are.
Yeah. Hallelujah. How did Katie there use her serve to great effect?
Well, to be honest, I think Heather was feeling very free there. She's really trying to dictate off those returns, and even if she misses a couple, she's trying to actually invest in her mistakes. I think Katie's serve has been a little bit predictable this match, but that was great to see there. That's the forehand that is her favourite shot, that she's not been able to unleash as much as she would have liked today, but that's what she's capable of.
Again, it's that swinging moment as she leaps off the ground. I think that went a little long, didn't it? Yes, yeah.
So one of the things we talk about with the serve, I spoke about Katie's serve quite a lot, is the ball toss. Generally, you want to, when you're making contact, you want it to be above your left shoulder. So full stretch and above the left shoulder, so you're sideways on. But because that ball toss is drifting so far to the right, Katie's having to open up quite early, and it's actually almost above her right shoulder. So she's really open. So there's a lot of work that she can do there to really improve that serve and actually gain some really big gains in such a short period. She read it, but lovely change from Heather there. She read it, she was able to get there, just not able to do enough with it.
Both players love the hard court.
Yes. I think most British players do, if I'm honest. I think that, we play on it mostly all year round, so it's very hard. You don't see many players who prefer clay. Or grass for that matter. I mean, we have obviously there's Wimbledon, but the grass season is so short that it's very difficult for players to get into it. But I also think that British players, they tend to have their biggest wins on grass. They're able to maybe train on it a little bit longer than the higher people who are stuck in the French Open.
Wonder if that'll be in October 2021.
Well,
who knows? I think one thing we know for sure, Wimbledon will be happening next year by hook or by crook.
Yes, well that is great news. It's fantastic news. I think a lot of people miss it this year. It's not quite the same without it. Nice from there, from Katie taking that return early and then able to dictate that second ball on the forehand. Big point coming up right now. There it is.
Yeah, as you
3
say,
points. It's so key.
Yes.
And I think the reason she's been so successful with that T serve is because she's used the wide serve, you know, sort of quite a lot. Katie is unable to just cover one of them. She has to cover both. So I'd love to see Katie make Heather play that extra ball there. You know, it's 40-30. It's difficult. She's finding her feet, and I think there she's gone for too much. That's where I'd like to see her go for that neutralise. That would have definitely been a counter-attack. You know, she's really going for it on the run, and it'd be great to see her just neutralise, you know, push Heather back into that deep into that backhand corner and actually make her play another ball.
Heather Watson's game's often been described as similar to Martina Hingis's style of play. Is that something you agree with?
Yeah, I think so. I think she likes to take. I think Higgins took the ball earlier and was different, probably not as powerful as Heather. Her serve definitely wasn't as effective as Heather. But yeah, Hingis loved. You know, I remember watching some of her practices as a player. She was on or around that baseline all the time. But yeah, absolutely, I can totally see the comparison. You know, Heather's got very smooth and fluid shots off both wings. She's able to do a lot. She's probably more of an all-court player, but yeah, I think it's the consistency within her career that she's maybe lacked a little bit.
Katie Dunne here serving to stay in the match. And I don't want to jinx it yet. But I take your point about what you were saying about the similar style to Martina Hingis. That's for sure, staying at that baseline, those powerful ground strokes.
Still a couple of cheap mistakes. I'm sure Hell will be happy with this performance, though. It's another win on the board. It's a little bit of more confidence gained. Really letting loose with that forehand now. Great forehand there from Katie. That's what I like to see, constructing the points a little bit more there, taking her time, changing direction to open up the court and then be able to finish with that attacking forehand. New balls. It's really hot. I don't know. Maybe I'm one of those funny players, but some people love new balls. I was one of those ones who was trying to roll them over the fence so I can get the old ones back. Because it is hard to serve out with new balls. If you make 4 first serves, then it's great. But actually, if you're having to hit second serves, it can be very difficult. So this is where that percentage is going to be key for Heather.
And she's serving for the match as well.
That first serve, Katie can sense how important it is here, just to make every return, make her play.
And as you mentioned before, it's those first couple of points that are the most important in this particular match, or actually the game itself.
Yeah, Heather's definitely taking a little bit more time now. Yeah, with those new balls, they're just skidding that little bit more. You've got to be an extra step quicker behind the ball. It's probably why I preferred the old ones, to be honest.
Well played.
It's a great return.
Well played.
And that's that exposure that you get from those new balls. You know, you're able to get that little bit more bite on that return. Big point coming up.
And there's no shot clock either, so that
There isn't.
helps release, you know, there's not that pressure to try and get it done in the 25 seconds.
Yes.
Match point for Heather Watson.
Yeah. So none of the rallies in this game have gone over those important first 4 shots. So as a coach, one of the things that we always tell our players is, you know, make sure you practice those first 4 shots religiously. You get so many people hitting up and down the middle for hours on, and if you can't be successful in those first 4, you'll find it very hard to be successful on tour as well.
And there we have it. The British number 2, Heather Watson, at the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis, takes it in straight sets 6-2, 6-3 against Katie Dunne. What's their homework report? First up for Heather Watson.
I think she'll be really happy to get the win there. It's just the confidence that she needed. The match is on the scoreboard. I think she knows that she can play better than that, but she'll be really happy with the overall performance, and she started to relax there. So, no, there's some good tennis, and she's a real class act, Heather. So she'll be back on tour in 2021 and hopefully back to her winning ways.
And can we give Katie Dunne a gold star as well?
Definitely. I think Katie's got so much potential. I'd love to see her improve her serve a little bit more over this 2021 period. I think it was the biggest area that really sort of set them apart, was that sort of first serve win percentage and actually being able to hit those different spots. You know, Heather was, whenever she needed it, she was able to call upon a big serve and actually get a few more free points. So that's one thing I'd like to see Katie doing. And also using her forehand a little bit more. She's got a great forehand. I'd love to see her being able to set up that a little bit more. But I think her second serve percentage was a tad low, and a second serve points won is a big area where she needs to improve. Definitely trying to construct the points more. She's a sort of pocket rocket. I think she's only 5'6".
I love that, pocket rocket.
Pocket rocket.
Love
That's what
it.
my mum called me. That's just what you know, pocket rocket. So I'd definitely like to see her setting up the points a little bit more rather than going for those big shots within. But she can definitely, the longer the points go on, the more that she's able to construct. You know, she can slice, she can come forwards. It's really important that she uses that a little bit more and settles into herself.
Yaz Clark, thank you so much for your company this afternoon. We'll be back later for some more commentary, but continuing the coverage of the Battle of the Brits Premier League Tennis, continue watching on the LTA socials as well as their YouTube channels. Don't go anywhere, because the next match will be up in the next few minutes.
my microphone's on, so you can't hear me. Welcome back to the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton in south west London and to the Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. This is the third round match on court and probably the one that a lot of tennis fans will have been waiting for on day one. British number one Dan Evans facing the three-time Grand Slam champion, former world number one Andy Murray, and it could be quite feisty, this one. It's the third event, albeit a much more low-key one from the LTA and Jamie Murray, which is designed as an opportunity for British tennis players, male and female, to get in some much needed pre-season match practice after, well, a very strange year for all of us. It's been a bit of fun this morning, and that's the idea, but also with a competitive edge, and it is a little treat for tennis fans as we head towards Christmas and a new season. I'm Carthy Nyana Seagram alongside former Fed Cup player Anna Smith. Hello again.
Hello.
It is the first time that we've seen Andy Murray play since October when he lost in the first round in Cologne, and he had reached the second round of the US Open after coming through a brilliant five-setter against Nishioka. What will you be looking out for from Murray's movement around the court?
I think, like you said, we're just going to be seeing how well he moves. Obviously, he's had so many injuries issues the last couple of years. So just seeing how he's able to transfer what he's been doing on the practice court onto the match court today.
And what about Dan Evans? Because he got to the semi-finals in Antwerp and Vienna in October and November. He's ranked number 32 in the world. Where's his confidence level at this time after what I've just said is a very strange year for everybody?
I'm sure his confidence is pretty good. He's had a pretty successful year, and obviously, you know, he's probably at his highest ranking currently, so his confidence I don't think will be an issue for him. I think it would just be good for him to get a competitive match under his belt, and especially against someone like Andy, you couldn't have asked for a better opponent.
Already we see the experience levels of Andy Murray. He has just moved one of the sponsorship boards from behind him. Clearly he just wants that little bit more space. 2 matches have gone by. Nobody else has actually dared to do that yet, but Andy Murray came straight on court, noticed in the warm-up that was in the way, and he's moved it out of the way.
You do wonder if he's going to be spending quite a lot of time behind that baseline trying to defend and test his movement out.
It is interesting that he felt, well, his brother's organising the event, so he doesn't really mind, does he? But he did that straight away, which I do note none of the other players had moved it, and a few of them were having a few issues with running to the back of the court. We mentioned in the earlier match that there's not much space. Dan Evans, the British number one, aged 30. You mentioned that he's had a very good year, and his ranking is up to 32 at the moment. His highest was 28 in March of this year, so definitely playing well, and obviously this disrupted year has not been ideal for him at all, as it hasn't been for many of the players. A lot of the British players were doing very well coming into that first few months of the season.
I can imagine it's a little bit frustrating for him. As you said, he's been gaining a lot of momentum before lockdown, was playing really, really well, probably some of the best tennis that he's ever played, and when you're playing like that, you want to just keep going as much as you can. And obviously COVID probably came at the wrong time for him, so it's a good chance for him to just get a match under his belt and look forward to taking that into Australia.
One of his biggest results was that semi-final in Dubai where he lost to Stefanos Tsitsipas, and a big tournament in itself. But to get to that point, the experience of it is brilliant for somebody like Dan Evans, isn't it?
Got to give him a lot of confidence to show that he can match the top guys in the world and really, really push them. So you know, he's got to be pretty confident and just trying to get as many matches as he can and look to take that form into next year. But no, he's playing some of the best tennis that he's ever played, and you know, he'll just be raring for the season to get started.
And this match on our screen, we know an awful lot about. Andy Murray, aged 33, has been as high as number one in the world in 2016, currently ranked 122. As we head into a new season, we haven't seen him play since Cologne, as I mentioned, which was in October. He lost in the first round there, but previously at the US Open, a 5-set match, which was obviously going to be something that would really challenge him, and he came through that first challenge in the first round at the US Open.
Yeah, I think he'll be really happy with the fact that he was able to get through those 5 sets, because ultimately, you know, he wants to be competitive at the Grand Slams, and he's going to have to dig deep and find a way to get through, and if his hip can stand those challenges, that can only be a positive.
Quite a few knock-on effects of not necessarily the hip being the issue, but pelvic injury, other issues that come into play, his back. He's pointed out that this year his main aims are really trying to get an Olympic medal and playing at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I mean, two-time Olympic champion, you can understand why he'd want to try and go and defend his title. And obviously Wimbledon being the home Grand Slam and the amount of support that he gets, it's a no-brainer for him to want to do those things. But obviously with his injury history, he's got to take it one step at a time and just see how today holds up, and he'll have another match, and then just take it week by week and make sure that he's fit and healthy. Like you said, it's so easy to get niggles around the area that you have injuries, so it's just about managing that body, and he's got a great team around him to do that.
Tennis fans can watch this match on the social media channels, but if you want to watch court number 1, Beth Gray against Freya Christie, you can do. We'll be concentrating on Dan Evans against Andy Murray. It is supposed to be just a bit of fun and a bit of match practice for pre-season, but I think this will be pretty competitive.
I highly doubt there's going to be anything fun about this one. These two are going to go tooth and nail at it.
Well, we're ready to start, and it is Andy Murray to serve. Faced each other, these two, in the Battle of the Brits in the summer. This is a much more low-key version of that. That was definitely an interesting match, with Dan Evans coming back after dropping the first set to win the match tiebreak, 10-8. Murray's serve's not looking bad, is it?
No, it's been pretty good those first 2 points, but I'm sure in the back of his mind Andy will want to get a little bit of revenge for what happened at Battle of the Brits, even though it was more of a friendly competition.
Opening game, Andy Murray, 40 love. That's the kind of position he likes. The players are calling the lines themselves. There are very few people here at the National Tennis Centre, minimal staff in order to put this event on, and it has been put on pretty quickly by Jamie Murray and the LTA, wanting to give players a bit of match practice ahead of the new season. As the players have been saying, this competitive environment is really helping them a lot, isn't it?
It is. I think it's so easy when you're just in pre-season to get into the routine of just practicing and working on things, but until you're able to put those into match practice, you don't really get to see where you're at this stage of the season.
Game. 40-15, first game to Andy Murray, holds on to his service. First time he's played for a couple of months, and it's probably a little bit early to ask the question, but how is he looking movements-wise, Anna?
I think it's tough to say. Obviously, they haven't had too many rallies, but I think he's got to be pretty pleased with how he served in that game. is going to want to keep that going. But I think now will be the real test if he can get into Evans' service games and find a way to dictate a little bit. But Evans is going to test that movement out, getting him into all angles of the court. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he's moving.
Good first serve hold from Andy Murray. Dan Evans did win that Battle of the Brits, the singles event that they had first in June. He beat Kyle Edmund, the British number 2, 6-3, 6-2 in the final, and he was very pleased with that. Murray and Evans haven't played on the ATP Tour, but they have played in this British competitive event. One of the main reasons that Jamie and the RTA wanted to put this event on was to replicate the conditions from Melbourne. So they are playing on the surface that is very similar to the Australian Open. The court is a plexi cushion court, and that's what they use in Melbourne. They're also using balls, which I believe are Dunlop balls, so they're the same type of balls as they use at the Australian Open, simulating those conditions as much as possible and streaming it so tennis fans can get a little treat. Well, Evans coming through that safely in the end. 1 game all between Dan Evans and Andy Murray. You might notice in the corners of practically the next court, actually, not in this court, a couple of the coaches and trainers of the players keeping an eye on the proceedings. Jamie Delgado in the white in that far corner. Jamie Murray's coach, who I think will be very keen to see how Andy comes through this match. Because I've been saying you can't really replicate the match condition that well in training, so this is why the event has been put on.
can tell in that point why Andy moved the hoardings, can't you? You can barely see him in the camera.
He knew, didn't he? And it was also Andy Murray, as always, has been watching the other matches and cheering on and supporting the other British players. So he's probably noticed that that is something that he would need to do as soon as he got onto the court. And most of these players have been training here a lot this year. Due to the situation with COVID-19, this is somewhere where they are able to come and train. They've got all the different surfaces here for the different Grand Slams so that they can replicate those conditions of the French Open, the US Open, Wimbledon and the Australian Open. The court they're playing on at the moment replicates the Australian Open. And they've also got the Science Centre, Sports Science Centre, as well as ice baths. Have you tried the ice baths here?
I wish I could say no, but unfortunately I have. Not my most favourite part of being an athlete, I have to say. Andy Murray is supposed to be playing another match on Tuesday against the British number 3, Cam Norrie. He might jump straight into an ice bath after this because, well, none of the players have played much in the last couple of months, really. It does look like he's moving pretty well at the early stages of this match. It's the first game where we've really had a few rallies, and it looks like he's been covering the court pretty well to me. Following a very similar pattern to the first service game of Andy Murray. 40 love up to start off with. Two games to one, going with serve at the moment between Andy Murray and Dan Evans. And I think the main feature on the Murray side is his movement, which we've been keeping a close eye from where we are. It all looks okay so far. I'd say he'd be pretty happy with how he's covering the court. Dan Evans is one of those players that's going to make you cover every single inch, and so far he's passing the test with flying colours. It's been quite a couple of years for Andy Murray. That hip operation in January of 2018 was the beginning of the body trauma that he's had to go through at the Australian Open when he couldn't face playing because of the injury there. He returned at Queen's in 2018, but another hip operation came after that, and that was the resurfacing hip operation, which really has made a huge difference. Came back from that to win the doubles at Queen's Club. What a fairy tale story that was with Feliciano Lopez. Just a fantastic summer for Andy Murray, and then went on to win a singles title in Antwerp. I mean, that is
That is quite incredible, and it shows the competitive spirit, doesn't it, of somebody like Andy Murray.
It really does. I think if there's going to be one person that you would have said was able to do that, it's Andy. The toughness and the strength he's shown throughout his career, and the way he's managed to battle back from this has just been phenomenal and inspiring for everyone else to watch.
How much will Dan Evans try and move Andy Murray around just to get a sense for himself of where Murray is at the moment?
It's pretty much the game style of Evans. He's very nifty with what he does on the court and makes you hit the most uncomfortable shots, as we saw in that other point. I think it touched the ceiling. I don't think he was making one of the world's worst line calls there.
that dropped midway. I have to admit, I raised an eyebrow.
You did look a little bit confused, I have to say.
I presumed I'd missed something, and that was it. I was watching very carefully Murray scrabbling around at the back of the court, and so I'd missed the ceiling that we have indoors at the National Tennis Centre. That was the first sign of a bit of speed for Murray in that rally.
I think just trying to warm himself into the match, and then we'll slowly go through the gears. But like you said, he definitely added a little bit of pace to his movement in that previous point.
Almost 100 ranking places in between the two of these players now. An ace from Evans to finish off that game. Draw level at 2 games all. He is now the world number 32. Has been consistently in the top 50 for a little while now. Andy Murray down at 122 at the moment as he makes his latest comeback. Dan Evans will be seeded at the Australian Open, which we now know will start on February the 8th. A little later than usual. Andy Murray is the 19th alternative at the moment.
I always find it strange. Yeah, I always find it strange when you talk about Andy Murray in the hundreds. So you're not used to that happening very often.
Major operations that he's coming back from. You look at somebody like Stan Wawrinka, who has also made a comeback from his surgery and is, I think, 17 in the world at the moment. Takes a long time, but potential to get there.
They do show that it can be done. It just takes a lot of hard work, and you could see both of them are willing to put it in, and they've got that talent and discipline to get back to the top end of the game.
testing his body in that 5-set match at the US Open, Andy Murray will have really seen what he's up against in this comeback. His next match was against Felix Auger-Aliassime, and it was just too much for him to play again.
That's the the tough part about the Grand Slams, is that 5-set is just such a test, and for him to come through that first one, I think he'll have been so positive. But then obviously playing Aliassime next round.
No 5-setters here. Match practice, 2 sets, and then a match tie-break if we go to a third.
I'm sure he'll be pleased to hear that.
Well, it will be interesting to see how he gets on Tuesday, having played today. And we will see now his competitive nature, being love 40 down against Dan Evans. Longest rally of the match so far, and it is Andy Murray that comes away with that point. Dan Evans just getting his breath back at the back of the court.
He had to do a lot of running in that point, didn't he? And then almost came up with an incredible pass down the line. I think the net tape saved Murray there.
Oh, disappointed. Murray was love 40, trying to claw his way back into this game. Well, that is, I suppose, what you would expect from a former world number 1.
Knows how to come up with the big shots when he needs it.
I suppose it's a case of he knows all the time what he has to do. He has an excellent tennis brain. It is just going to be whether his body can do it.
And also, he probably just feels a little bit rusty as well on that match court. He hasn't played too many matches over the last few years.
Murray just stopping a few people on the balcony interested in this match. Very few people around, but just somebody clearing something caught his eye. We did wonder when the fist pump would come out as well, didn't we? If you watch videos of him as a child, he does exactly that same little motion when he was 10, 11 years old.
He does. He hasn't
Changed much.
Not at all. That competitive spirit still burns strong, doesn't it?
It was love 40 down in that service game. But Andy Murray comes back. Makes it 3-2. First test passed.
He definitely did. He'll be pleased with that. He came up with big tennis when he needed to, came out with some big serves and some great points from the baseline. I think what we talked about is, obviously he hasn't played too many matches over the last few years, and I think when he was at his best, everything was so automatic. It was instinctive. He didn't feel like he had to think about what he was doing, and it can be tough when you're coming back from injuries and you start have to thinking about what you're doing again. That's where that indecisive kind of feeling comes from. So it's just about getting as many matches on court and playing instinctive tennis for him again.
And Murray is somebody who doesn't mind the style of Dan Evans, isn't he? A lot of players don't like it and have commented on how difficult it is to play against Evans' style, but Murray seems to be one who quite likes that.
Well, Murray himself has that variety. He can mix in that slice, likes the drop shot, isn't afraid to come forward. And I think when Evans plays against other players who just like camping on that baseline, they struggle a little bit because, he likes to hit that really awkward short slice and bring players forward and then kind of mix it around. And players really struggle with that nowadays, but that's something that Andy's very comfortable with. He's got a great slice of his own. So, it's not going to be that easy for Evans.
Murray known as one of the great returners of the game at the moment. Reactions are still there.
You can see that huge split step that he takes into the court off the return. He almost starts behind where the cameras are, and then all of a sudden he's in and on top of that baseline, and you're sort of like, where did he come from? But like you said, he's one of the best returners that the game has seen. And I jinxed him.
Dan Evans also in that previous point showing us what we were just talking about, quite happy, coming straight into the net, finishing off the point very easily.
He's just able to manoeuvre the ball so well, and again knows exactly where he needs to cover at the net and where he has to hit those volleys to put it in the most awkward positions. Andy trying to come forward himself, but so disgusted with that volley. Just stood there, just shaking his head. Not impressed at all.
Was rather loopy.
I think I know what he was trying to do, but just didn't quite execute it. And there's that, maybe that touch of rustiness. Normally Andy's got better hands than that.
That's Andy muttering. Evans has been in control of his service games so far. Hasn't really come up against too many problems. 3 games all in the first set of this Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. It's a slightly different format to the tennis you might have seen in the summer with the Battle of the Brits matches there. It is definitely a more low-key event this time. A bit of practice for the players ahead of the new season now that we know that the season will start in January. The men's season starting in Delray Beach in Italia on January the 5th, and women's season starts in Abu Dhabi on the same date. We don't yet know much about where either of these two will be. We're hoping to get a few more details over the next few days, but they do have to head out to Australia pretty quickly if they want to quarantine and play in the Australian Open. And for someone like Dan Evans, who has talked about struggling a bit with the travel and finding it difficult, quarantining for 2 weeks before then playing a tournament for 2 weeks on the other side of the world, that's a much bigger prospect than it might have used to be. You could play somewhere like Doha or Dubai, or play, I think Chennai had the other tournament previously, so you could play on the way to Australia, couldn't you?
It is a tough situation. I think it's, with all the rules and regulations, you know, you're only allowed to have one hitting partner, you're only allowed to have certain numbers of people in your team that are allowed to come. Obviously the quarantining, it's not a normal situation, but I suppose players have to kind of look at the bigger picture and be thankful that we're even got tennis events going. But it is hard, especially if you kind of miss your family and miss being at home. It's not easy at all.
Situation at the moment is not really taking family with you, which I think a lot of the players are having to decide to do. It's a decision that if Andy Murray is playing on the tour this year a lot, he'll have to think about it more than he previously has done.
That is another tough thing. People with young families, and obviously Andy's a dad to 3 little ones, so it's tough being away for that period of time. You know, sometimes it can be a month or so in a row, and it does make it tricky. But again, these are the sort of sacrifices that they have to make in order to be able to do this.
Change of ends, and Dan Evans has just disappeared off the court for a moment. Andy Murray that time though, 40 love up and didn't end up going to deuce, winning that one comfortably to love and being 4-3 up. This match has been on court for half an hour. This is the third match on centre court at the National Tennis Centre. First match this morning, if you were with us a little earlier, was Liam Broady beating Jack Draper 7-6, 6-4. And that was followed by Heather Watson defeating Katie Dunne 6-2, 6-3. We've also got matches on court number 1, and you can watch those on the LTA's social channels, the website, Facebook and YouTube, if you want to see what's happening over there. First match of today, Alicia Barnett beat Naomi Broady 10-3 in a match tie-break. And then we had Anton Matusevic beating James Ward. And the match that's on court number 1 at the moment is Beth Gray against Freya Christie, and they are in the first set. Christie is 5-3 up and at set point at the moment. Dan Evans has just returned to centre court. New balls are out. Oh, that's where Andy's hidden his towel, is it? Around the corner. Instead of using, that's what the sponsorship board originally was for, the Battle of the Brits sponsorship board at the back of the court. I think it was for them to use the LTA board was there for them to put their towels down. But Andy's obviously got rid of that because he needs to stand there to receive serve because he's so far back in the court. Right, we are 4-3 to Murray with Dan Evans serving in the first set. We were talking a little earlier about all athletes, tennis players included, being creatures of habit. Andy Murray usually goes to America for some warm weather training during pre-season, has taken some of the younger British players with him to help them understand what's needed in a pre-season. Dan Evans spends a lot of time in Dubai. That's all been disrupted this year, and that's why this event is supposed to be so helpful.
It's not been ideal preparation with obviously everything that's going on, but in some weird way it might have actually worked, because you've ended up having all of the top British players here, so you've had great sparring partners and sort of hitting with the best of the best here, so it might not necessarily turn out to be so bad that they've had to break that routine.
Yeah, Dan Evans, one of the players who I think is quite keen for Jamie Murray to turn Battle of the Brits into an annual event in the summer.
I think all of the players would be. I think everyone that I've spoken to just thoroughly enjoyed the event, and I think British tennis fans did as well. It's not often that we get to see the best of the Brits competing against each other on home soil, so I think they'd all really enjoy if it could be a regular occurrence.
Why the LTA decided to stream this event on their social media. It's not an official competition. It is pre-season practice for them, but in a competitive environment. But it is to give tennis fans something to watch, particularly when there's not a lot else to do in certain parts of the country. Depending on where you are, we are in Tier 4 here at the National Tennis Centre, but they have been given the go-ahead by the government for elite indoor activities to continue. That was confirmed last night. Four games all then in the first set. There might be 100 ranking places between these two, but fairly level at the moment. As I think, as you mentioned, just finding their way into this first match for a couple of months. Might see a slightly more explosive second set potentially.
I'm sure we will. I think both of them are just trying to find their feet a little bit. We've seen in patches some great tennis from both of them, but then we've seen a few unforced errors that we might not necessarily see if they've had a few more matches under their belt.
Dan Evans is fitness trainer is down in the corner as well. Kieran Forster, who used to be Tim Henman's fitness trainer. Dan in excellent condition now at the age of 30. He thinks he's in the best physical condition that he has been in his entire career.
With the game style he has as well, though, that's such a huge part of what makes him so good, the way he's able to cover that court and retrieve balls, and he's so quick and he reads the game so well, so for him to be in the best physical shape possible is almost a must for him. And obviously with Kieran Forster, he's got a good fitness trainer behind him to get him in that great physical shape.
And how much do you think the work that Andy Murray put in physically has rubbed off on the other players, knowing that that's what you have to do to get to the top level?
Well, as you mentioned, with Andy in his pre-season, he normally used to take a few of the guys over to the States with him, and I think it was a bit of a culture shock and an eye-opener for some of them to think this is actually what the top guys train like and what they have to do, and that they're absolute beasts. And so I think it was a huge influence on them. I think physicality in the men's game is such a huge thing. I think you've seen, you know, anyone from probably even the top 500 can hit a ball as well as anyone, but it's that physical intensity and that movement and that desire to get behind every ball and be in the best possible shape that the top guys really do have. And that comes in from doing that day in, day out. And that's, I think, what has been a great eye-opener for some of these guys, just to be able to see Andy, you know, every practice, on every ball, he's on it. And I think they've managed to learn so much, and that's why you see a lot of the guys now in the upper echelons of the game.
Murray has been saying that he can see Dan Evans going quite a bit higher in the rankings. 28 is his highest, which was in March of this year. And again, it's just that group support that they all have now as a British group, which has changed a bit this year from the events that have happened here at the National Tennis Centre.
One of the positive things to have happened from COVID, I guess.
Ian Broady, who won his match earlier against Jack Draper, pointed out that as soon as Andy Murray came to watch him in qualifying at the French Open, he had to step up his game. Found it quite disconcerting having Andy Murray watching him, and eventually won that match. So it definitely makes quite a difference to the players. Went through to make his debut at the French Open. Andy Murray holding on to another service game. 5-4 taking the lead, putting a little bit of pressure on Dan Evans to make sure that he comes out. Has to serve to stay in this first set. And this is the kind of point where Andy Murray could just change the game a bit. Step up. He knows how to step on the accelerator, doesn't he? Shaking his head as usual. Not happy.
I'm sure he'll be happy on the inside, but he's not very good at showing it necessarily on the outside. But this is, I think, where the experience and, you know, all the hundreds of matches that he'd played over his career comes out. He knows what he needs to do in a game like this. Those first 2 points are crucial, but again, you know, maybe he's a little bit rusty, and we'll see what his tactics are. Either he's going to sort of step on the accelerator a little bit, or he's going to kind of go back to that default and not miss and kind of work his way into it. So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses to do here.
Well, it's promising that he felt fit enough, and clearly is fit enough, to play in this event, and obviously with his brother Jamie organising it, he wanted to be involved again, part of that support, and making sure that we have 7 of the top 8 British men playing here. Kyle Edmund is the only one that isn't, not quite ready to play this kind of competitive tennis. Competitive in inverted commas. But he has been here, at Kyle Edmund. He's been here, he's been training at the National Tennis Centre.
He has been. He's, I think he's just slowly working his way back to fitness. He's obviously had a bit of a niggle with that knee and is just not quite fit enough to get on that match court, but looked to me like he was looking good in training, and hopefully it's just a matter of time before we see him out here again.
The others are all here. Evans, Norrie, Clark, Broady, Ward, Draper. British version of the ATP finals.
I quite like it, I have to say.
Well, they're all wandering around. They all came here very early in the morning. Everybody, including us, had to do tests, COVID-19 tests. So they're all very well prepared. Getting the odd glimpse of slightly longer rallies where we can work out what's going on with both players, can't we?
You get the sense that Andy's just finding his feet in this match a little bit, starting to cover that baseline a lot better, dictating the points a little bit more. Looks like he's feeling a lot more comfortable out there.
Said the first 2 points of this game were going to be crucial. It does seem a little bit more nervy all of a sudden.
It does. I think Evan realises that going love 30 down at 5-4 is not the ideal scenario against someone like Andy. He's not going to give you any free points. So looking to come up with a big serve here.
A lot of laughter. It was a great point. Andy Murray started that so far back that you could barely see him, almost hidden from the camera. Stepped straight in and covered the court really well during that point, as did Dunne Evans. He
did. Threw in one of those famous Andy Murray lobs as well to turn the point around, and yeah, he's got a bit of a chance here at 15:30.
I think there was a Dunne Evans laugh because of the scoreline, wasn't it?
I think he just thought he'd won the point, and all of a sudden he found that he's 15:30 down.
Clever point from Dunne Evans to bring it back to 30 all, getting rid of that immediate danger.
Fist pump came out as well there. You could see he knew that was an important point.
Fist pump from Dunne Evans, followed by Andy Murray yelling at himself. I think we've hit the competitive point of this match, haven't we?
I was going to say, I feel like we've gone back to normal.
disappointed with his volleying today so far, I would imagine, Andy Murray.
Yeah, I think he's going to be positive about how he's been constructing the points and getting to the net, but then as soon as he's got to the net, just quite hasn't had the feel on his volleys. You know, those shorter volleys end up being like a lob in the middle of the court, so he's not going to be very happy with those.
It's not like you're saying it, but he could take a few lessons from Jamie Murray on how to volley.
Absolutely.
Well, that brings Dan Evans back from 15-30 in that game to 5-all in the first set. Murray knows that that was a great opportunity in that last game for him to finish this first set. But now at 5-all, it's going to take quite a bit longer, and we are heading towards an hour of play in this third match today. Vocal match than the previous ones that we've had on this court. We did have quite a lot of shouting between Naomi Broady and Alicia Barnett earlier.
You always get some interesting comments from both Andy and Dan when they're on the court. Another sarcastic comment from Andy, telling himself that he's playing really good tennis.
It has been a feature of this year without crowds. You can hear an awful lot more of what sports people are saying in every sport.
Not necessarily nice stuff either, but definitely makes for interesting listening.
With Andy yelling at himself, Andy Murray yelling at himself a lot in matches previously, we've been able to hear quite a bit, but there are obviously microphones around this court. So we can, and no crowds, so we can pick up a lot more of what he's saying. Better volley from Murray, but Evans straight in and making that shot. It's down the line with a tiny fist bump at the end.
Again, I think he's trying to construct the points really well. He's getting what he wanted, just not quite executing on those volleys and just giving Dan another look on them. And, you know, he was able to thread the needle down the line and give himself 2 break points.
First break points that we've had in this opening set. First one saved by Andy Murray. No, that's not correct at all. He was love 40 down. In his third game, Andy Murray. So he has been facing break points. Of the 5 break points that he has faced, he's come through all of them so far.
And again come up with 2 huge serves in this game. exactly what the doctor ordered, followed it into the net nicely and was able to take charge of the point.
Something just rattled Andy Murray.
Maybe
Not sure if it was behind him or on the balcony, but distracted him a bit. Double fault leading to another break point for Dan Evans.
Making no mistake with the volley this time. It's nice to see Murray being super aggressive on that forehand.
No problems jumping.
Not
Noted.
at all. And I'd be happy that he's managed to put away that volley as well after the last couple not quite being how he had hoped.
Well, Andy Murray has manoeuvred himself back from 15-40. 3 break points so far in this game to Evans. But Murray now with a point to make sure that from his side it should be heading towards a tie break.
I think he's just pushed that long.
He's just missed it. A little bit over eager.
A little bit. He'd done so well. And you could see Evans was almost rushing to the net. He almost had the whole court to aim into. Maybe the fact Evans was moving forward put him off slightly, but
Face palm. tells you everything.
makes me feel better. If he can do it, then I don't mind doing it quite so much.
It's like watching terrible golf shots from professionals. Does make you feel better.
sure he didn't miss that forehand this time.
That was a well-constructed point from Andy Murray to take a 6-5 lead in this first set against Dan Evans, the British number 1. Murray now the British number 4. As we said, it is a little strange talking about him as the world number 122. But making a decent comeback after a second hip operation, that resurfacing operation. He then had, after a great comeback, we were talking about it earlier, the doubles victory at Queen's Club and the singles victory at Antwerp, a pelvic injury at the end of 2019. And then we didn't see him play again until the Battle of the Brits in the summer here at the National Tennis Centre in June. So that was a good 7 months before he played there. And then a couple of events as the ATP Tour restarted, and he did pretty well. August Western and Southern Open, which was the lead up to the US Open, beating Alexander Zverev, the world number 7 at the time, beating a top 10 player. That was his first top 10 win since 2017. Shows you the challenge he's facing to try and get back to where he was. And then we've discussed the US Open, getting through to the second round against Nishioka in the first round, and then Roger Aliassime in the second round, and then losing out in the first round of the French Open to Stan Wawrinka, of all people. And then the first round of Cologne against Fernando Verdasco, and that was the last time we saw Andy Murray play in this very eventful year that we've all had. Right, Dan Evans now, who is number 32 in the world, has had a very good year on court, serving to stay in this first set, 5-6. I feel like we've seen this little pattern before.
Getting deja vu again,
Love
are we?
30 on a Dan Evans important service game. We haven't seen this before, though.
Ball in the court, mate. You're good enough at the at that way. Good enough. Everything in the court.
I think he's just telling himself that he's good enough to put it back in the court. Kieran Voss is getting the brunt of his anger courtside.
Yeah, he's looking directly at his fitness trainer. 3 set points for Andy Murray against the British number 1, Dan Evans. Great play from Dan Evans there. Andy Murray attempting to scrabble across the back of the court, but was never going to get there.
What a way to save the first set point. Incredible low pickup on the backhand volley. Just made it look so effortless.
Still has to save 2 more set points though, Dan Evans. Just keep himself in this first set. Doing a good job of saving them. That is an impressive 3 points from Dan Evans. Climbing over the net to again retrieve the ball. Love 40 and bringing it back to 40 all when he was facing 3 set points. And that reaction shows you how much it means to Dan Evans. Just make sure that he stays in this game. Pulls it back to advantage now, taking us into a tiebreak if he can.
He'll be happy with that point, but a little bit frustrated that he wasn't able to do it in one of the 3 set points he had.
No ball kids here. We do have an umpire. The players are calling their own lines, so no lines people. Dan possibly a little tired. Dan Evans taking a bit of time collecting those balls, is he perhaps?
Strategic extra walking for the balls. Paid off though. That Andy Murray lob wasn't quite one of his specialities, but it was still too much for Dan Evans to be able to get it back from that awkward position. It did the trick, didn't it? Drew him in with that drop shot, and then one of his famous lobs that he just couldn't quite do enough with and hit the top of the tape. Back to deuce.
bit of interaction between Evans and his team at the side.
I think I heard him saying his legs were giving way or something, so I think all this running that Andy's making him do is doing the trick.
Well, that's what the tournament's for, to get them back into fitness, match fitness. And it's quite a different thing, match fitness, isn't it?
No, you're right. I've always found that, you know, in theory after pre-season we're all supposed to be in the best shape, but as soon as you get on the match court, you think, maybe I should have done a little bit more in the gym, but it's weird how it's a completely different thing, and the adrenaline gets going, and you always find that extra little bit in the tank, and yeah, you pull up the next day and you're a little bit more tired than you thought you would be.
Great shot there from Dan Evans. Doing his best to try and make Andy Murray run, but we are back to deuce again. Yeah, the match fitness has been very interesting to see amongst different sports, because everybody had to have a break in this country, in the UK, for a few months, and Premier League footballers, all footballers across the various leagues usually have their pre-season, which was very different this year. Rugby, it takes them a long time to get back to match fitness, and they didn't have that. Rugby Union didn't have that this year. Tennis players haven't got their proper pre-season.
I think players don't necessarily realise how quickly they lose that fitness. You think, oh, you know, we have a month off, you know, we'll be fine, we'll do a little bit of fitness at home with lockdown, and then all of a sudden you come back and, you know, it takes you a couple of months to get back into it. It's crazy how quickly it goes and how much work you have to do to get you at that top level.
The sports science side of all of this, it is fascinating, and if you talk to sports scientists, they will tell you how quickly that muscle deteriorates.
And unfortunately how long it takes to build it.
Very annoying. It's the wrong way around. There. Eventually, Dan Evans makes sure of at least bringing this up to a tie-break, avoiding the break points that Andy Murray has had, getting himself back into this, and we felt that this probably would get quite competitive, and I think the tie-break is obviously the situation where just a point here or there will make all the difference. Evans chatting to his team on the side a little bit, getting a bit of, oh, he's allowed coaching. It's not an official tournament. First set tie-break, Andy Murray against Dan Evans. The Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. 4 days of tennis action. It's being streamed on the LTA's social media channels, Facebook and YouTube. So tennis fans can watch a bit of tennis in the lead up to the new season. And it gives these guys, and the women are playing here as well, a chance to get some match practice. Murray will be quite annoyed that he didn't put that first overhead away and let Dan Evans get back into this match.
Yeah,
into this point, sorry.
yeah, you thought here just hidden into the open court.
It's not the first time he's done that in this
No.
match so far.
You know, you could see he was running at full pelt into the open court. All he had to do was just go back behind him, and instead chose to hit it where Evans was running, and he got it back and did so well.
Is that some of the rustiness that we mentioned might creep into both of any of the players that are here into their games? Just not quite finishing off points in the way they used to.
Yeah, I think that's what we were talking about. Just the shot selections. You know, when you have that match tightness and know you have matches under your belt, you kind of invariably make the right decisions. And sometimes, you know, when you haven't played as many matches or not quite as confident, you maybe hit not necessarily the wrong shot selection, but you know, it's just those little things that do make the difference. And instead of being 2-1 up with a mini break, all of a sudden he's 2-1 down, and you know, maybe Evans has got a little bit of the momentum in this tie break.
How much of that is instinct and how much is it that you're thinking through every point?
Probably a bit of both, to be fair. I think when you're confident, a lot of it is just instinct. You just automatically know where you should be hitting the balls, what you've got to be doing, court positioning and things like that. But as soon as you start overthinking, tennis is such a quick sport where you don't have time. So sometimes you do make the wrong decisions, and those can come back to bite you at important points.
Into a tiebreak in this first set of the third match in this Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. Great shot by Dan Evans to bring that into 3-all. Bragging rights, really, this one, isn't it? British #1 Dan Evans against the current British #4 Andy Murray, but neither of them wants to lose this. They want to be on that WhatsApp group later saying, I won.
They definitely do. Same as this morning, exactly the same position they got in that first set tiebreak. It'll be interesting to see whether that experience from Andy, you know, pays off like it did with Broady against Draper this morning, or if Dan stays aggressive and is able to take this tiebreak by the scruff of the neck.
The 3 men's matches so far have all had one tiebreak. Broady, as Anna just mentioned, taking that first match against Jack Draper 7-6, 6-4. First set went to a tiebreak like this one. Match that was on court #1 between Anton Matusevic and James Ward was 6-3, 7-6 with Matusevic winning that one. Murray just keeping his nose in front in this tiebreak. Advantageous position to be in, particularly against somebody like Dan Evans.
Changing that second serve up just a little bit. Completely threw Evans off.
Second ace there from Andy Murray to give him 5-3, 2 points away from taking this first set.
As soon as it came off his strings, he knew he'd missed it. Frustrated because it's a fairly routine ball, just getting it back in the court, getting himself back in the point. Gives Evans a chance back in at 5-4, back on serve.
Ooh. That was such a fast return. I'm not sure Dunne Evans knew what happened there.
I'm not sure if Andy meant it to be that good, but he's definitely going to take it. We'll stare down the other end of the court.
Yeah, I can't tell from his reaction. Gives him set points. Solid play from Dunne Evans, making sure that first set point disappears.
Got to make sure that you at least make Andy serve this out. You don't want to give it to him for free.
Well, it is on Andy Murray's serve now to serve out for this first set. Great first serve. And it is the number 4 who takes the first set, and that tells you how Dunne Evans, British number 1, feels about the situation. Frustration. A lot of frustration, because he's played pretty well, hasn't he, Dunne Evans?
He hasn't really done too much wrong. I think it's again similar to that very first match of the day, where you probably couldn't say that either player is really, you know, done anything wrong to lose that set, but it's just come down to a couple of points here and there, and that's what happens at this top level of the game. Got to be on it every single point. I think Andy will be pleased inside, even though he's not externally showing it, that he's managed to come through that first set. It's a long set, an hour and 24 minutes, as you can see.
Neither of them very up on that first serve in percentage, but Murray, when he gets that first serve in, knows what to do with it, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I think a stat that stands out there is the break points. Evans having 6 break points and not being able to convert one of them. Got to be frustrated that he's creating those chances, but is not able to do anything with them.
First set on a tie break goes to Andy Murray. Yeah, as we said, nearly an hour and a half for that first match that we watched, Jack Draper against Broady. That was over 2 hours. Could be heading in the same direction with this one, I think. Dunne Evans will not give up lightly at all. match tie-break situation here at the National Tennis Centre if we go to 3 sets. And that probably doesn't make much difference to these two, does it, the match tie-break? It's not... we were talking earlier about how it changes the mentality, particularly for the lesser experienced player, but with these two, that doesn't really come into account, does it?
I wouldn't have thought so. I think, you know, they're just going to want to be getting a win at all costs, no matter what. I think it's important here for Evans to kind of hit the reset button and just forget about that first set after having put so much mental and physical energy into it. It's crucial here that he can find a way to start quickly and not let Andy, you know, get momentum in the second set as well.
How good is Evans at doing that? We know Andy Murray can do that, and that's something that the top players, Djokovic, Federer, Nadal, and on the women's side, we know that that's something that they do, but is Dan Evans able to do that?
I think so. I think he's shown that over the last couple of years with how successful he's been. You can't get to the ranking that he's reached, 28 in the world, without being mentally tough and being able to find a way to reset when you need to. So I fully expect him to come out here and, you know, really give it everything he's got.
Start of the second set in this match between Andy Murray and Dan Evans. If you want to watch what's happening on court number 1 between Beth Gray and Freya Christie, you can do. It's on the LTA's social media channels, their website, Facebook, YouTube. It is 1 set all. 5-3 to Freya Christie in the third set of that match. You can also get in touch at the LTA. At the _ LTA to give out the proper Twitter address.
Stop running round the forehand!
Bit of advice to himself.
You wouldn't normally think that that would be the advice that he gives. Normally he does quite like running around that forehand, but maybe he's just not quite feeling that timing today and is feeling a bit more secure with his slice backhand.
Feel free to get in touch, ask questions, let us know what you think of the matches you've seen so far, whether it was on court number 1 or this centre court. At the _ LTA on Twitter.
Because you're trying to hit it as flat as a pancake.
Evans again doing the commentary for us, complaining about his pancake first serve, but it's hard to do anything when Murray's taking that second serve on as early as he did and getting another break point.
How much is Evans being forced into these frustrations by the way that Andy Murray is playing?
I'd probably say quite a lot, to be fair. It's that accumulation of pressure that they're able to build up over the course of a set. And you can see he's having to come up with some big second serves. That's just inside the service line, but he really went for it, and you can see that Andy's really trying to step up on those, and he's had quite a lot of success already, especially in that late in that first set.
Yeah, pressure of all of those break points from the first set. Rather frustrating at the start of the second. Tournament, as we mentioned, has been put on by Jamie Murray in the LTA in order to help simulate the conditions of Australia from Melbourne, with the courts being the same, plexi cushion courts, the balls being the same. Weather's a bit different.
Just a touch.
We are indoors at the National Tennis Centre, not outdoors, and it is not quite the same temperature as it is going to be in Melbourne in February, which is when the Australian Open this year, the next year, is going to be played. I think we have the calendar for the first few weeks for both the women's and the men's tour. Dan got himself to game point, but we're back to deuce.
Wide, right.
Another example of that really early backhand return that Murray seems to be having a lot of success on. I think Evans is struggling to know what to quite do with his second serve. He's trying to go big, trying to mix up with a little bit more kick, but Murray's just taking it on the rise and doing so much damage with it, getting himself another break point.
It's competitive as we thought it would be. Aggressive as well, I think, from Andy Murray as well.
It's nice to see him being aggressive. I think Lendl was the one who really tried to bring that out in his game. Obviously everyone knew he was such a great mover and such a great athlete, but was he able to add that extra element of aggression to his game? And I think he has, so it's really nice to see it when he brings it out.
Dan Evans being made to work again in his own service game at the start of this second set, and he knows he does not want to be broken in this opening game.
What am I doing?
Lots of shaking of the head, lots of looks over to his trainer, who's sitting on the next court, quite a long distance away, Kieran Vorster. Very frustrated at the moment, Dan Evans, in this first game. Murray missed it, didn't he? Presume that's why he's laughing.
No, I think there was... well, I'm not sure if he was laughing at the fact that he missed it or the fact that it got called out. I can't...
Good to see him reacting quickly and running, dashing up to the net.
I think the umpire might have called that out, or maybe a mixture of the two.
Well, we are back at deuce. It's Richard Haig in the chair for this match, as he was for the first match. Oh, what a shot from Andy Murray.
Bent it over him, didn't he? Just couldn't quite reach it. Managed to loop it inside. Great move though by Evans here, and you thought Andy might not quite be prepared, but he managed to sneak that down the line.
A little reminder of those days of the Andy Murray running forehand.
Hopefully they're not behind him. He's still got a few more in the tank.
Well, he's got a break point again on this Dan Evans serve. The longer this first game goes on, the more crucial it becomes in the mental battle between these two.
It really does. If Evans can just find a way after saving so many break points to get through it, I think there could be a bit of a momentum shift.
Well, the players are calling the lines themselves. I think the umpire might get involved if it's an obvious call on his side.
Just helps having a second opinion if there's a close call and the player's on the run, not necessarily sure if it was in or out.
It's all right, it's all right.
Finally, the break comes for Andy Murray. He takes the first game of the second set against Dan Evans. A little bit out of breath, both players. That was a tough game, it was a long game. But the break felt a bit like it was coming, as long as Andy Murray could hold on to the momentum that he had got. That's quite a blow for Dan Evans though, isn't it?
You did feel that if Andy could just find a way to make a couple of returns on break points, that he was just going to sneak that break, and it was just felt like the pressure was building and building, and you could see that Evans was getting a little bit of frustrated with himself, whether it be at the forehand and running around it or the serve, and I think it was just the accumulation of the pressure that Murray's been putting on him for the last sort of hour and 45 minutes.
If you want to watch the match that is on court number one, the final match of the day is going to start in the next few minutes. Dan Chwinsky against Aidan McHugh. They have just walked out onto court number one. You can watch that on the LTA's social media or on the website or YouTube channel. We're concentrating on centre court, as we're calling it. Andy Murray, former world number one, now ranked 122. Playing Dan Evans, who is the current British number 1. And it was Andy Murray who was taking the first set on a tie-break and broken at the start of the second set. And a third ace from Andy Murray.
Followed swiftly by a fourth.
Well, that was a pretty swift hold from Andy Murray, 40 love, backing up the break of serve in the opening game. 2 love at the start of this second set. And it has been competitive all around the National Tennis Centre this morning and into the afternoon. I think tie breaks in almost every match so far. The last one was just won by Beth Gray. She's beaten Freya Christie. That was 10-7 in the match tie break at the end of that one. Tie-break decided the first set between these two. Dan Evans and Andy Murray. Competitive as you would expect. So it is time for British number 1 to try and make his comeback. What does he have to do?
I think he just has to kind of settle down a little bit, calm those frustrations. Just find a way to get on that front foot again. I think Andy started, as this first set especially went on, to dictate a lot of the points, and I'd love to see Evans moving forward again, using that forehand and that slice. I think that's when he plays his best tennis.
And he was moving Murray round the court a lot in the first set. He needs to give himself the opportunity to be able to do that again. Although we have noted that Murray is moving pretty well.
I think he'll be pretty happy with how his hip's holding up.
It's all bits of his body now, isn't it? Pelvis, pelvic injuries that he's had recently. Deep twitch on the serve again. Not the time for Dan Evans to serve a double fault. He's loved 2 down in the second set.
Got to be careful. He's up in this game, but a couple of sloppy errors and all of a sudden Murray's got a game point, and it could potentially be a double breakdown. Got to make sure that focus is on point here. It's another one of those famous Murray backhand passing shots. Couldn't even see him, the ball just sort of appeared like it was coming out the curtain.
Murray was, yeah, we could sort of see him heading towards the curtain. A lovely shot from Andy Murray. And the other thing that I have noticed is his changing direction is smooth, and there don't seem to be any issues with that, which I think could be quite a jolt. It's an area where you jolt your body quite a lot, isn't it?
Doesn't look like he's tentative at all. which is really reassuring to see.
Yeah, a promising first match back for Andy Murray since October.
You can see what he was trying to do, but again, that's probably not the highest percentage shot that he could have gone for. Again, maybe just a little bit of that match rustiness and shot selection.
Does mean that Dan Evans is a point away from holding onto his serve in this second set. Do not want to give Andy Murray a 3-love lead. Dan Evans making sure that he wins that service game. Lost his opening one of the second set, 2-1. Andy Murray is ahead in this second set of this match. Dan Evans still shaking his head a bit there. Oh, we're approaching 2 hours. Very similar to that first match that we watched this morning between Jack Draper and Liam Broady. Approaching 2 hours, and we're just at the start of the second set.
We are indeed. It's a tough one up there. You can see Dan's trying to catch his breath a little bit. They're both having to cover a lot of court out there, moving each other from side to side. It's exactly the type of match practice they wanted to get in their legs, but it's pretty grueling out there by the looks of it for both players.
It's been a strange year all round for everybody, particularly sports men and women, for athletes, for tennis players. A disrupted year. But if you have watched tennis and you're watching this match on the LTA's YouTube channel, do let us know what your favourite tennis moment of 2020 was. There are still many there for you to choose from. It has been a curtailed season, but we have seen some fabulous tennis in between all the stops and starts over the year. And Dan Evans has been playing very well when he has managed to play. Quarterfinals at the start of the year at the ATP Cup in January, quarterfinal Adelaide, quarterfinal in Rotterdam in February, and then a semi-final in Dubai. And then the ATP Tour stopped. October and November were pretty good for him as well, though. Semi-finals in Antwerp and Vienna, and then he lost in the first round of the Paris Masters to Stan Wawrinka. But he has had 8 wins over top 20 players, sorry. Interesting statistic for you. There are 4 players. Oh, he's in the top 5, I think. That's right. He's in the top 5 of the most wins over players in the top 20. It's quite an impressive list that he's on.
Be interesting to know who else is on that list.
Thought you might ask. I was just checking I knew the answer.
I was going to say, have I landed you in there?
No, it's Djokovic, Thiem and Tsitsipas who've got the most wins over top 20 players. That was at the end of start of November. That obviously doesn't include the ATP finals, which is slightly different. Murray doesn't seem to be troubled too much on his serve after those initial couple of games.
Helps when you're making a high percentage of first serves like he is at the moment. He's flying through his service games, exactly what he wants. Put the pressure straight back on Evans.
This is match practice rather than a competitive tournament, so there's no speedometer for us to check, but it would be interesting to see what kind of speeds we're up to here. You're quite good at guessing this, aren't you?
I mean, don't put too much pressure on me, Carthy, but I'd probably say he's looking in the mid-120s. Maybe reaching the occasional 130 when he's really gone after it.
Is it his touch that needs a bit of
Finessing. Yeah,
that's the right word.
I think just a fraction. I think he's got incredible hands and feel around the court, but today it just hasn't quite been up to his usual high standards.
Andy Murray we're talking about here, who, yeah, the odd shot that you expect him to make, he just hasn't.
Something he can maybe look to address on the practice court tomorrow before his second match on Tuesday.
Players here for 4 days, and it's a league format where you get points for winning your matches, and the winner at the end of the league format will be the person with the most points after, I think it's a 30-match league that we've got going on over the next few days. Andy Murray is down to play Cam Norrie, the British number 3, on Tuesday afternoon. He's 3-1 now, up against the British number 1, but we'll keep a close eye on how his body does react to playing a couple of sets or potentially a third match tie-break here, and then they do get a day off, so it's not like he's playing every single day, but playing again on Tuesday, that'll be the one to watch his movement for, I would imagine, to see really how much he is able to move around and how freely he's moving again, but he does look as if he's okay today.
I'm sure he'll be getting on the practice court as well tomorrow, doing another session. As much as he's playing a match and this is a sort of match practice, he's still going to want to make sure that he's not disrupting pre-season too much, so I can imagine he's going to do probably a couple of hour practice tomorrow.
7 of the top 8 of the British men's top. I'll start that sentence again. 7 of the British top 8 men's players are here at the National Tennis Centre, and they have been training and practicing together quite a lot over the last year due to the current situation, and it has made a lot of difference, particularly for the lesser experienced players, the younger players. And it probably makes a difference for the likes of Dunne Evans even. He's only a few years younger, Dunne Evans, than Andy Murray, but the wealth of experience in big matches that Murray has is somewhere that Evans has yet to go.
I think it's something that he can pass on to all of the players. He's someone that, as almost like a resource that the younger ones, and especially even players like Dan Evans, Kyle Edmund, can go to for advice and, you know, really try and get as much from him as they possibly can whilst he's still playing, and just learn as much, because he's experienced so much on the tour and had so much success. He's a great role model for them to look up to and learn from. Another opening here, a double fault from Evans. Just Murray that 15-30. Doesn't want to go a double breakdown in his second set.
Coming forward again, aggressive play from Dan Evans. As you said, a dangerous point in that game. And it's great that Evans has that ability to change things, move forward, volley, serve and volley if he wants to.
You can tell when he's feeling his most confident is when he is doing that and coming forward a lot, mixing up the variety. I think that's a huge thing for him.
That's a pretty quick spin from Andy Murray there, but no chance of him getting that. We were talking about his mentoring of the other players, and it is the women's players as well, the youngsters. He's got his 77 sports management company. Harriet Dart has just signed up to join that, and Paul Jubb, Katie Swan, Aidan McHugh are already with that company. Like you said, it's an invaluable resource for the younger players, isn't it?
And you'd hope they'd make the most of it, but I know from speaking to them, they've all said how, you know, great he's been and how much advice he's been able to give them and things like that. So it can only be good for the future of British tennis if he's able to kind of guide them in the right direction.
Dan Evans holding on to his serve, which was pretty crucial at that point of this second set. He is 2-3 down in the second set, having already lost the first set to Andy Murray on a tie-break, deep in concentration. As we said, this is a tournament that's been put on by the LTA and Jamie Murray to give the players a bit of enhanced pre-season match play opportunity ahead of the new season starting in January. January 5th is the date for both the ATP and WTA Tour starting, and then the Australian Open will take place a little later than usual in February this year. They're playing here on the same surface that they would be playing on in Melbourne. And they are using the same ball, so trying to replicate the conditions of Australia, as we pointed out, without the weather. But it is a plexi cushion surface, the acrylic hard court. Is this a surface that you like, Anna?
I do. Give me an indoor hard court any day and I'm a happy lady. But
it's a favourite of a lot of the British players, isn't it? They do like this plexi cushion surface.
yeah, I think we're so used to growing up on it that we get used to it from such a young age. So the only thing missing, like you said, is a little bit of sunshine. But they'll be getting that in a few weeks' time.
They will, we won't. Manoeuvring Dan Evans around the court. We mentioned there's definitely pride at stake when it comes to these two. Dan Evans, the British #1, does not want to lose a match to Andy Murray.
Cutting it just a little bit fine on this volley, but I think he might have just snuck a little outside edge of the line. Great move forward. I think he'll be a little bit happy with that volley compared to a few of the other ones he's hit today.
Yeah, the difference between that volley and the first few games of this match, it's huge, really. It definitely was a bit loose at the beginning of this match, wasn't he? Getting his practice in now that he knows he can do it properly. Andy Murray, his volley has returned.
He's going to be come forward at every opportunity now.
It's probably because I told him that he should take some lessons from Jamie Murray. Didn't like that.
Definitely didn't like that.
Although Jamie is an excellent volleyer. Makes him such a good doubles player. 7 Grand Slam titles now.
And former world #1 as well.
At the same time.
Absolutely.
2 brothers, world #1s at the same time. We've obviously seen it with the Williams sisters. Coming in a little bit too much now that he knows that he can volley.
A little bit, but again that was where Dan brought him in, using that short slice that he does so well, so it forces your opponent to come in and then he's able to just rip that backhand back behind. That's the first time that Murray's looked a little bit ginger with his movement after that just sharp turn of change of direction, sorry. Maybe it's not the best for his hip, but
he's always had a slightly odd walk, so it is sometimes difficult to tell, isn't it, with his movements. But we are, as I'm sure tennis fans are that are watching this, keeping a close eye on everything he does. It's a bit like Andre Agassi's walk.
a bit pigeon-toed, wasn't it?
Well, it's 40 love up in this game. Dan Evans very keen to break back, having lost his opening service game of this second set against Andy Murray. Little shake of the head from Andy Murray to say that didn't make it. 4-2. He has the advantage in this second set and has taken the first set on a tie break. Impressed by Murray, Anna?
I am. I think as the match has gone on, he's grown into it a little bit more. I think he started off a little bit defensive, but now we're seeing that good balance between defence and aggression as well. It's nice to see him coming forward a little bit more and serving well.
Murray had 7 months out from December 2019 until playing in the summer here at the National Tennis Centre at the Battle of the Brits. And then played when the tour restarted in August. It's quite incredible to think that he's had 2 hip operations, including that resurfacing operation. Have you watched the film Resurfacing?
No, I haven't.
About the operation?
No, I've heard a lot of people talk about it and how emotional it is watching it. I'm not sure I can handle that right now. I have to get my Kleenex at the ready.
It's, you see quite a lot of the operation as well.
Oh,
Just warning
really?
about that.
Oh, I'm a bit squeamish, I have to say.
Great shot from Dan Evans. Again, trying to make sure that he doesn't lose his serve. Just keep making Andy Murray serve in this second set and hope that he can break back at some point. Is there anything in particular that Evans can change here?
I think he's just got to try to be the one who dictates the points a little bit more. I think especially in this first set, or this second set rather, Andy's been the one who's been on the front foot a lot more. And I don't think Dan plays his best tennis when he's the one sort of being dictated to. Again, we see there, he's just always on the back foot. And when Andy gets you on the back foot, he doesn't really let up too often. Needs to get a few more first serves in as well. He's given Andy a few too many looks off the second serve. And he's really found his timing and stepping in really nicely.
Yeah, Murray has picked up his first serve in this second set. Evans seems to have gone the other way. This is being streamed on the LTA's social media channels, Facebook, their website and YouTube. And the final match of the day on court 1 is underway if you want to watch Troinsky against Aidan McHugh. They've just started. There's 2 games all in the first set. Flashes of competitive intensity in this match between Andy Murray and Dan Evans. It's been good to see. And that should help a bit with the Dan Evans confidence or frustration, whichever is the overriding emotion at the moment. I'm not quite sure.
No, I think he'll be happy that he managed to find a way to get through that service game. Just giving himself a chance to stay in this match. Just got to find something on the Murray serve, because he's been steamrolling through his games for this second set. Don't know whether he needs to stand back a little bit more, maybe take a few more chances on it. He's going to have to do something, give Andy a different look.
It is a more low-key version of the event that we saw in the summer in the Battle of the Brits, which Evans won and was very competitive and very intense all week when the top 8 men's players played in the first competitive tennis that we saw in the UK after things went into lockdown in March. Dan Evans beating Kyle Edmund 6-3, 6-2 I think it was, to win the title. And it really meant a lot to all the players that week. They all said how much they enjoyed playing, how important it really was mentally and physically for them. Jamie Murray and the LTA organising the event then. and it's made a big difference to all of them this year to have had that opportunity, and that's why Jamie and the LTA have put this event on, just to give them a bit of practice ahead of the new season starting.
It'd be great if they could have this every year, even when things hopefully go back to normal. Like you said, I think everyone enjoyed the events, the multiple events they've had, obviously initially with the Battle of the Brits and then the team event that followed a few months after.
Yeah, making sure the women were involved, and the doubles, that slightly different format. Women are involved this week as well, and it's just all about experience. No Jo Conter here this week, but Heather Watson, British number 2, is playing. She won her match a little earlier against Katie Dunne. Dan Evans not getting much of a look in on the Andy Murray serve in this second set.
Slight debate with the umpire whether the serve was long or wide. You don't hear that too often. Normally it's the umpire's call and that's it.
There are a couple of lines people here, but I think they're backup umpires in case anyone is sick. Everything is being done by the players, calling the lines, picking up the balls. Lots of protocols in place at the National Tennis Centre to make sure that everything is safe and secure. Bit of debate again over that serve. Andy Murray 40 love up to take this to 5-3. And Dan Evans does seem to have gone a little bit flat in this second set. Murray 5-3. Evans now serving to stay in this match. You might have just seen on the clock there around 2 hours and 15 minutes they've been playing. That is quite a lot for the body after a couple of months break, isn't it?
It is. I'm sure they were maybe looking for a slightly easier one to work their way in, but it's good to get it in the legs.
Game is completely vanished. No one. Vanished. Vanished.
I think he's complaining that his game is completely gone. Vanished, like he said multiple times there.
He knows what the problem is, doesn't he? He just can't rectify it at the moment.
How do you rectify a vanished game? I'm not sure they teach you that in the
like
coaching
having the
textbook.
The yips in golf. It's not quite the same, is it?
No.
It's this whole game. It's not one.
No,
it's not that he can't putt.
the whole thing's gone.
Very frustrating for Dan Evans. I think mentally he's struggling a bit as well. 2 points away from Andy Murray winning this match. Maybe that will make him feel better. I don't think so from his body language.
Not at all. I think that was one of those that's a sort of hit or a miss. You just sort of go for broke and hope for the best. But somehow found a way to not be 3 match points down. Just needs another 3 more to get out of this service game.
That's a bit better. Oh dear. Well, that was absolutely not what Dan Evans would have wanted to do. That brings up match point for Andy Murray on the Evans serve. Been working very hard physically. Dan Evans says he's in the best condition that he has been during his career. Kieran Borster, who's sitting on the side here. Tim Henman has often said he's a trainer who makes you work 100% all the time. Be mentally good for Dan Evans to come back and win this game, having been a match point down. Which he does, although he doesn't look like he's particularly pleased with that. Not surprising, really. He was very frustrated in that game. Well, at least he's made sure that Andy Murray has to serve out if he wants to win the match.
That's always your job as a person who's a breakdown. At least force them to just serve it out and see if there's a way that you can, you know, get back into this game.
Andy Murray will be coming out to serve to win this match. His first match for a couple of months, as it is for most of the players here. In a very disrupted year. Murray hasn't played that much. That's more to do with injury than it is to do with coronavirus. Although he was planning on coming back, I think, in March anyway. Had hoped to play then, but he felt well enough and fit enough to play in June at the Battle of the Brits event. He is now the British number 4, which does always seem a bit of a strange thing to say. Down at number 122 in the world rankings at the moment. And the man that you are looking at now was the British number 1. Right, Andy Murray now serving for this match.
Somehow managed to find a way to hit that passing shot. I don't think Andy could quite believe it went past him. So I'm stood here. I'm not sure it necessarily came off the centre of the racket. We'll see here. Guess the fist pump nonetheless.
I'll take it anyway at the moment, trying to stay in this match. We've seen Andy Murray grow in confidence, match confidence, during this last couple of hours, haven't we?
I would say so. I think he started off a little bit slow, a little bit tentative, just kind of went back to the default setting of making balls. But as it's gone on, he's picked up the pace of the movement, the ground strokes, and he looks fairly in full flow out there. Especially with that serve. In the second set, it's really been very successful. High percentage of first serves and very accurate with great pace on it.
Yeah, consistency, aggression, shot making, speed, all seem to be there for Andy Murray. It's a good sign for tennis fans, British tennis fans, Scottish tennis fans. And again, moving swiftly through his service game. And he has 2 more match points. He had 1 on the Dan Evans serve a little while ago. These are on his own serve.
I think the umpire started saying games.
I was pretty sure that was out.
I don't think the umpire is necessarily paying attention.
Oh well, at least both players are smiling about it. Still match point. That walk to the net and shake of hands definitely has been a little bit delayed. Match point saved. One more to go. Similar situation.
I think the umpire made sure he kept quiet on that one this time.
Wow. That's 3 match points that Andy Murray has had. Back at deuce, 5-4 in the second set. Wow. That's a bit of a swing in the favour of Dan Evans, who now has a break point in this game. And that's not something that he's been able to convert very much during this match so far. He's been talking about his game vanishing, Dan Evans has. And that was a ball that completely disappeared from his racket. Coming into the net, just changing things slightly. Andy Murray, he's been doing it a few times during this match. Straight in, serve and volley. Kills that point off. Fourth match point. Andy Murray with a little abuse to himself.
I think he'll be a little bit frustrated with how he's played the match points. Just been a little bit passive. Hasn't been quite going after them as much as he have on the other points.
And that's where just not finishing off those previous points could become an issue. Another break point for Dan Evans. He has also struggled, though, to finish off the break points. Muttering going on at the back of these courts today.
I think they're both equally as frustrated that they can't convert any of the chances that they're having.
Well, we have just hit the 2.5 hour mark for this match.
Pretty long for 2 sets.
Dan Evans comparing himself to one of England's best cricketers.
I'm not sure Michael Atherton would have been happy with that comparison.
At least he's still smiling. Now, can Andy Murray convert this match point?
5th time lucky.
He's going for the big serves on all the match points and just missing.
I think Dan Evans called his own shot out.
He decided on that one. Murray was running round it, so, well, yeah, they have decided that that is match point.
Maybe they didn't want to play anymore.
Very sportsman-like of Dan Evans to give that point to Andy Murray. He wasn't quite sure. I think he had his back to the point. He was just turning around, wasn't he? So Andy Murray has won that match 7-6, 6-4. The British number 4 beats the British number 1. And I think he will be fairly happy with how he has come through that test, Andy Murray.
I think he will. I think, as we said, he's got better and better throughout that match. A little hiccup in that last game, but apart from that, everything moved up to gears nicely. So I think, providing he pulls that well tomorrow, he's going to be a happy guy, and his team will be happy too.
First match back for Andy Murray in the last couple of months. Those are the stats for this match, and we did point out that a few issues with converting those break points for Dan Evans, as you can see there. That first serve percentage that we were talking about as well, when Andy Murray, I think it's pretty low because of the first set rather than the second set. Is that right?
I think so. But you can see the real big difference there on the first serve percentage one. 64% for Evans, but up at 79% for Murray. I think that was the telltale sign in the second set.
Yeah, as soon as that serve goes in for Andy Murray, he knows he can win that point, and Dan Evans seemed to know the same. He was very frustrated in that match. That is the third match of this Battle of the Brits Premier League of Tennis. That does mean that Andy Murray gets 3 points because he's beaten a player inside the world's top 250. The next match on this court will be Emma Raducanu against Silva. And if you want to keep watching some tennis at the moment, you can switch to court number 1 on the LTA social channels or YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're watching, and watch Choinsky against McHugh. That is still in the first set. That is the last match on court number 1, and there will be another match to come here on court number 3, centre court as we're calling it. But in that match, Andy Murray has come through to beat Dan Evans 7-6, 6-4.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is match 4 of Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis. And as you can see on your screens, it's Emma Raducanu against Eden Silva. I was looking at my stats at these two players, which we will get into in a bit. According to my stats, though, they haven't met before. I suspect that, I think, in terms of the Battle of the Brits of the summer, they played on the same team. But this will be the first time, from what I understand, happy to be corrected though, that they are playing each other. Emma Raducanu is somebody who's very much up and coming in the tennis game. And then we have Eden Silva, ranked 16th in terms of British tennis, 24 years of age, world number 489. But I suspect Yaz Clark, who's sitting next to me, that this is going to be quite an intense match between these two players.
Yeah, absolutely. So Eden's more of a double specialist nowadays. I think she was around the sort of 120 mark at the beginning of this year. She's now ranked about 170 in the doubles. But that's what she's mainly prioritising. So she's playing some of the higher WTA events in the qualifyings for the singles and playing the main draw in the doubles. But yeah, absolutely, still very, very much a good player. And Emma is, without a doubt, one of the up-and-coming sort of rising stars of British tennis. She's only 18 years old, but has won her first WTA title last year. It was the 25,000 in Pune in India. Since then, she went and played in Sunderland, also made the final there, and then she actually hasn't played since then, since coming out of lockdown. I don't know if there's been any injuries or anything sort of holding her back. I actually spoke to her a little bit earlier. She was working with Nigel Sears and Matt James up until earlier this year, but she's not got a coach at the minute. But she told me she's actually studying really hard, which is quite nice to hear. So she's doing her A levels, her math and economics A levels. So she's
Wow.
she's a smart cookie as well, from what I can gather, but really well rounded, which is nice to see.
If I need someone to look at my accounts.
Absolutely, that's it. That's it.
I'm Anne-Marie Batson, I'll be your commentator today, and as I said, I've got next to me the wonderful Yaz Clark, former professional tennis player, now a coach and athlete mentor, and a new mum.
Yes, very new mum. I've got a very new Babber at home.
Oh, hope to see some pictures later. And of course we want you guys to get in touch as well and let us know what you've been thinking about today's play. We've had some crackers already. Do share your comments on the YouTube feed, or if you prefer the Facebook feed. We'd love to hear from you. We might even give you a shout out. Keep it clean, of course. I know a lot of you have been excited to see Andy Murray, which was match 3, and Dan Evans. We all expected that to be a corker, and they certainly delivered. But I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Emma Raducanu versus Eden Silva. I had a chat with Eden Silva during lockdown as well, and I'll share some details of that with you guys later. But two very young but determined and focused young players that we're about to watch here.
Yes, I mean, it's the last match of the day, but, you know, hopefully going to create a great atmosphere, and both super keen and ready to play.
Emma actually turned 18 this year.
Wow,
Officially.
she's very, very young then.
Yeah, very, very young.
I think she might be the baby of the event, if there's such a thing.
There's a great picture of her on her social media, actually, with a glass of champagne, with her family, toasting the fact she's now legally an adult. She turned 18. And as Yaz mentioned, she does have a trophy already. She won the first behind the closed doors British Tour Premier event here at the National Tennis Centre in July, beating Yuriko Mirazaki. Hope I pronounced that correctly. And she's already been part of a couple of Fed teams as well. Yes.
Yes, she has. I think she's had some great experiences on those teams. She actually, yesterday, I spoke to her as well. She won the British Tour Masters yesterday. I'm not too sure who she beat in the final there, but yeah, no, she's been in some great form, and I'm excited to actually watch her play and see what her game's all about.
And of course, this is all part of the Battle of the Brits. Jamie Murray using his organisational skills yet again to bring this fantastic event for everybody. Hope you've been enjoying our coverage so far. I know there's been one or two technical issues with the sound, but hopefully that's been resolved now. And I hope you're enjoying some live tennis before Christmas, because it's been a mad few days for sure. Enjoy some great tennis, some fantastic commentary between myself and Yaz as well, and watching these two players about to take to the court. Yas talked about earlier that the matches are on a similar type of court surface that will be in Melbourne for the Australian Open, and the same kind of balls as well, looking to replicate conditions. The one thing they can't replicate, though, Yas, is the weather.
Yeah, unfortunately so. It's not quite the same as Melbourne.
Though saying that, when the Australian Open happens in February, it will be, I'm assuming, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but the temperatures will be slightly lower than normal because it's
I think so. Yeah,
3 weeks later.
Yes, I think they'll be heading into autumn.
Yes.
It'll be even nicer than it normally is, I think.
Here we go. Emma Raducanu versus Eden Silva, last match of the day for Battle of the Brits. Yeah, I think we're going to see Eden up at the net quite a bit. It's where she's most comfortable. She's got a great backhand as well, so I'm sure she's going to try and use that as much as possible. Nerves here, do you think? Yes.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be those settling nerves. It's those first few games, I think. Everyone's going to be a little bit nervous, having not played enough matches and still wanting to win. There's that backhand.
One of her favourite shots, apparently.
Yeah, it is definitely. I've played Eden a couple of times and I've seen a few of those go past me in my time.
How rare is it that a player has their favourite shot as a backhand? Because we know a lot of players love forehands.
They do love forehands, but I think we were having this conversation earlier. Forehands are probably a more technically difficult shot. Well played, great variation there. Yeah, I think in the female game especially, you'll see a lot of players favouring their backhands, even though not necessarily hitting more winners from it, but more comfortable. It's generally more solid than the forehand. But I like to see that straight away, that little bit of variation, bringing Emma forwards.
She used the slice as well.
Yes, using the slice well.
How difficult is it to concentrate when you're indoors and you've got other matches going on around you?
I think as a player, you just get into that mindset and that bubble that you focus on your match. Well, I did anyway. I'd like to think that I used to focus on my match, although I'm sure there's some players, the parents, they tell me that their kids could tell me the scores on all the other courts because they're watching every other match. But no, I think this level, these players will be focused on their own match. Got to say, I'm loving this 80s retro vibe that Emma's wearing as well. It's very trendy.
This is based on Andre Agassi, I think.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yes, it
okay.
is.
Proper throwback.
So you saw it a lot in the US Open. Actually, I was going to say Australian Open. The US Open, Naomi Osaka was wearing it.
Yes, I
as
did
well
see
with the
it,
cycling
yes.
shorts.
Yes, yeah.
A couple of others of the male players as well.
I can see straight away that serve's going to be a big weapon for Emma. Hitting her spots already. Looking to be aggressive with her forehand behind that serve.
Love service game.
Yeah.
Good way to dust off the cobwebs already, get yourself settled.
Definitely. Very comfortable.
What is it about Emma's game that makes it so exciting for us?
I think she's got great variation, but she's also very aggressive as well. I think she's able to dominate the points, but play quite an all-round game. I mean, it's been quite as anyone quite as exciting as her since sort of Laura Robson. Great shot. But it's that athleticism on that low backhand that really shows through, and then was able to get wide there and counter with that forehand. Complete all-court player.
You talked earlier about the most important thing is getting those 2 first points in the bag.
Yes, definitely.
And that's exactly what Emma is doing.
Yes, she is. She seems extremely focused, even though, maybe the crowds have gone a little bit after the Andy Murray match, but she's come ready.
They're looking for balls, I think.
Yeah. This is where they need those ball kids, isn't it, really?
Do let us know your thoughts about the first day's play here at the Battle of the Brits, Premier League of Tennis. Do share your thoughts on the YouTube channel. We'd love to hear from you. Keep it clean, of course. Keep it clean. Hope you're enjoying the tennis as much as we are today.
That intensity of her feet there, Emma, and the low position that she's in. I mean, she just looks automatically, very athletic, and also just able to move so efficiently and take that ball on. Being able to rush Eden straight away.
Double break point for Emma Raducanu.
Investing in those mistakes there, I think. Willing to take the ball on, even if it's a few errors. Actually sending a message to Eden that actually any second serve that you give me, I'm going to go after. Well done.
And Emma Raducanu, she gets the break. She now leads by 2-1. What can Eden do here, do you think? Play her game, not try and take on Emma, do you think? What do you think?
I'd like to see a few changes of pace and see how Emma handles that. Because there was a couple of nice slices that she had. She brought her forwards on a couple of points and maybe not that comfortable yet being that little bit younger and liking to play from the baseline. But I think a couple of changes of pace would be good. Making this first ball on the return, trying to stay as neutral as possible, maybe not going too aggressive yet, but just trying to stay in that 50-50 position and try and actually maybe making the point slightly longer rather than letting Emma dictate too much.
10 minutes in and we've already had 3 games on the board. And as we know already, Emma is somebody who's been touted as a future star. And we talked about the depth that is in British women's tennis at the moment. And forward planning, if you like. I love a bit of forward planning. We are having to look at the future now, about future stars that are going to be coming through. And she's definitely been identified as somebody as that. She's already on the pro scholarship program. She's supported by the LTA. So definitely somebody that the LTA has identified as a future talent.
Yes, yeah. So the I've been very lucky enough to sit on some of these meetings, and the investment in terms of scientific and strategic planning that goes into them is something that's quite amazing. It's not just a whole bunch of funding, it's actually how that funding's used to maximise the player in the way that they, not only the way that they play, but in every aspect of their game, and what is it actually going to take for them to be to reach their potential.
And potential, we're talking about breaking into the top 100.
As a start, I think that's what the minimum is.
Eden Silva reminds me of Kristina Pliskova, both the Pliskova sisters, in the way that her serve, the way that she moves with the forehand.
Yes, yeah, she's very sort of, I suppose, like that big hitting game.
Yes.
But actually, I think this is where Emma likes that, and I think she needs to do something a little bit different, which she can do. Able to rush her there on that second serve, but whether she's going to get many looks, I think that's the first serve that Emma's actually missed so far. To make the most of those opportunities.
What's it like having a serve coming at you at 100 miles per hour plus?
It's not nice. No, it's difficult, and it's all about how you approach it. The difficulty that I found with Emma and with Heather, the thing they both do so well is not only do they hit it hard, they also place it so well. So if you know you've got a great big serve coming at you, but it's always going to the same direction, and they don't come in behind it, you're quite happy to chip, and you can feel quite comfortable. But with this serve, you've got to be on your toes and switched on right from go.
And Emma Raducanu, she backs up the break. She now leads by 3-1.
The thing I'm probably most impressed about with Emma's game is the maturity that she shows. So even there, she's in quite a neutral rally, but just able to change direction, not necessarily adding pace or taking it away, just maintaining it and making Eden move.
what can Eden do in return?
Exactly the same back, not necessarily when she's attacking, always attacking with that pace. You know, there's different ways of attacking. She can take it early, she can go a little bit closer to the lines. It doesn't always necessarily have to be an increase in pace. Nice serve. That little bit of variation again, Emma was covering the wide serve there. It's a similar issue on Eden's serve that I spoke about with Katie's earlier. That ball toss is drifting quite far to the right, which is meaning that she's generally having to hit a lot of slice serves. If she was going a little bit more neutral, she'd be able to have a lot more disguise.
Well
See,
played.
that's what I'd like to see a little bit more of, you know, pulling Emma off the baseline, that little bit of change of pace, maybe a few angles mixed in there as well. Try and keep her guessing and break that rhythm that she's got.
Essentially, she needs to play her own game, doesn't she, Eden,
Mm,
rather than
definitely.
trying to keep up with Emma.
Absolutely.
How can Eden use her height as an advantage with her serve? Yes.
So generally, taller people have better serves. They just don't have to hit it up like I do. Get over the net. So, but that's where you want to be making contact at the highest point possible. Now, if you're throwing the ball too far to the right, that point automatically drops, which is why it's so important to get that ball toss nice and neutral in the middle and the contact point high above the left shoulder.
Listen, I'd have the same issue as well when it comes to serve because I'm only 5'6", I think, 7 with heels or 8. So yeah, in trainers, I
Yeah. Oh wow, that was a fantastic get there from Emma. Eden did all the hard work, apart from being ready for the next ball to come back. So that's one thing. When you're playing that drop shot, it was great disguise, but she kind of stood in no man's land and hoped for the best. She needs to close that net down.
Is this a big point next for Eden?
It is, definitely. I think she can settle into her own if she can get this game, I think. She's doing all the right things. See, I like that there. A little bit of variation. Was a little bit more composed in that point, not trying to force it too much. Happy to stay neutral in those rallies.
Well played.
Yeah, great point. Very nice.
And she holds her serve.
And that's what it's about half the time. It's sticking in those battles and actually making it really competitive and then seeing what happens at the business end of the set. I think sometimes when people can run away with the match, you know, if Emma had broken Eden there, it can get very ugly very quick.
20 minutes played, and it feels competitive in parts, and
Yes.
other parts there's errors, a little bit errors here and there, but it does feel like a competitive match.
Yes, definitely. I think Eden's got to find a way to get into Emma's service games a little bit more, and then keep taking care of her own. So she's got time, plenty of time to figure this out. But from Emma's perspective, she needs to keep going and keep building on what she's trying to do. Lots of first serves, looking to be aggressive in those first couple of shots within the rally.
And of course, they played on the same team in the Battle of the Brits back in the summer, supporting each other. Now they're playing against each other. So I'm sure
That's
they'll
just tennis.
That's just tennis.
That's just tennis. You know, you're friends as soon as you step off the court, but mortal enemies on it, I'm afraid.
I like that, mortal enemies. There's a great video actually of Emma playing table tennis. She's very good.
Oh wow, yeah. This is what you'll find. You'll find these tennis players, they can turn their hand to anything. Dan Evans, I hear, is almost a pro golfer.
Yes.
He's that good. And squash player. You know, it's they become very good at all racket sports, I think.
We'll look at Ash Barty, great at cricket.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Emma leading this first set. We're about 20 minutes in by 3-2. She does have a break. Though Eden is starting to make little inroads here and there with her game.
Yes, from Emma there, just really not letting Eden settle. You know, great return from Eden there, defended it well, and as soon as she has the opportunity to stay aggressive, just by making Eden move, she's keen to do it. Very comfortable changing direction off both wings.
When I was checking out some of the comments earlier, as I do, because I like to look at these things, there were a few people asking about the calls, some of the calls. There's been some real debates about whether it's gone long, was it in? And of course, we've got no Hawkeye, so the players are having to be honest Joes.
They are. And to be honest, most of them, if it's close, they'll ask each other, you know, are you sure, or what do you think?
Nice, yeah.
Good adjustment there. Yeah, even the last point with Andy there, I think Andy thought it was in. Evo offered it up, and I think Andy was quite happy to take that, to be honest.
Emma Raducanu leading by 4-2 with a break in the first set. And again, Eden's just staying with her as we're watching this. And she's good, making it very competitive. Do keep your comments coming in, by the way. Let us know what you think of the first day's play.
Very nice play.
What works there for Emma?
Very, very patient, was able to change direction, use that as her way of attacking. Again, not adding the pace or anything, just by making Eden move, creating an opportunity, and then very, very quick to spot that ball was going up in the air and move forward and take the drive volley. Again, it's just play sort of beyond her years. It's that maturity that sets Emma apart.
Cross-court backhand.
Yeah, really enjoying that. Really, and just looking to take the ball on. Like I said before, she's willing to invest in her mistakes. If she makes a mistake but she's going for the right shot, then she's on the right path, and I think that's one thing that she does exceptionally well.
Looking very calm and relaxed as well.
Yes,
Focused though, focused.
Yes.
I could see what Eden was trying to do.
Definitely. She was trying to take that ball that little bit earlier, but I think she's getting from her serve at the minute is just starting the point, and she definitely needs to use that as more of a weapon. She has potentially got a great serve, but Emma is reading it. She's moving before she's even hitting, and she's very, very comfortable. The rallies are almost first ball cross starting at the minute.
Break point.
And that's just that little bit of compound pressure there.
Yeah, and she
knowing that last point that, you know, that backhand had been gone firing past, it's that serve that has to do a little bit more than you normally would. And this is where we were talking about before, where she needs to stay with Emma, and that's where she's just let her slip in front, and it could be quite difficult now.
Yeah, so yeah, Emma Raducanu, she has the break. She leads by 5-2 in the first set. And of course, the 16 players across 4 days and a 30-match league format that will see each player play at least once. And this is the first day here at the National Tennis Centre. There's been some fantastic tennis from 10 o'clock this morning. Of course, the showcase was Andy Murray and Dan Evans.
They didn't disappoint,
They
did they?
did not disappoint, those two, for sure. Great to see both of them on the court.
Yes.
I think the camp was very much split between the two.
It was. It's always thoroughly enjoyable when both of them play, though. You know, whatever level you play at, you've got such a huge appreciation for everything that Andy's done for the game, and everything that Evo is hopefully going to do.
Yes. Former British #1 versus the current British #1.
Yes. And I think Andy was glad to get that one in the bag. Anyway. Not
Judging
so
from the look,
secretly.
you know.
Not so secretly.
There were some vocals going on during that match as well, which was quite funny.
Yeah. And this is it. They're just competitive to the absolute core. You know, we're talking about an indoor tennis centre. It's a bit cold on a Sunday evening, and, you know, they never disappoint. That internal drive.
So Emma Raducanu serving for the first set. Now that was an ace.
Yes, you meant that one.
Yes.
And again, it's because she's used that wide serve that the tee, when she uses it, can be just so effective.
Oh, wrong footing Eden there.
Yeah, really, really well. And able to take the ball early. I think this is the thing that when we look at Emma's game, that she's very, very versatile. She's quite happy to rally, but also, you know, very, very comfortable attacking. And they're just able to take that ball that little bit earlier, and wrong for Eden.
Her coach is Matt James. Do you know Matt?
I think he was coaching her, but I think he's recently taken over the role of Ed Corey, which is sort of the... he's sort of in charge of organisation within the NTC. So I think whilst he's still working with her a little bit, she's looking for a new coach. If there's any takers.
You?
I'd happily take them. I can see the next 12 months being sort of very critical for her. I mean, obviously it's very difficult with COVID, with tournaments and things, you know, what's going to happen, but I'm sure Emma will get some great opportunities over the grass season, and I can see her finishing 2021 within the top 100.
Set point for Emma Raducanu. There she has it. Emma Raducanu takes the first set by 6 games to 2. Pretty competitive first set, I would say. That scoreline doesn't actually tell the true story, I think, of the first set, yes. And completed it in around half an hour exactly.
Yeah, I think Eden did incredibly well at the beginning of the set, but from 3-2, I do feel it was a little bit one-way traffic. It's going to be really, really important for her to sort of dig her heels in at the beginning of this set. Lots of first serves, a little bit of variation, and actually maybe try a few new things. She's been quite successful with those slices. I mean, when you look at that, the second serve points one, that's where she's really, really struggling.
Look at that first set won. The first serve 100%.
But I think that's because most of them were sort of unreturnables a lot of the time, or setting up that next shot. Some good serve percentage. I mean, Eden's serve percentage is not too bad, but I think she's got to do more with her second serve, definitely, to keep Emma honest and keep her guessing. And try and put a few more first serve returns in terms of getting that neutral ball back. And try and make those rallies longer. You know, the shorter the rallies seem to be, the more that aggressive Emma is going to be.
I'd like to get your thoughts, if we can later, about on-court coaching.
Yeah.
Because I'm keen to hear your side of it.
It's a funny one. I think it's very difficult for it to be level for all. And I think that's where it can be, you know, a lot of players who are on tour necessarily will not travel with a coach yet.
Yeah. Well played.
Very nice from Eden, yeah. That's what I want to see. Some more, a little bit of variation this set. Trying to be a little bit more aggressive, but keeping those margins. Yeah, I think the on-court coaching one is a difficult one. It depends. I think, obviously, when you look at someone like Federer's team, and you've got limitless supplies of funding and access to the very best coaches, and you could potentially be playing somebody who's just maybe made it inside the top 100 and is breaking even almost at that point, and can't afford a coach necessarily to travel with them, it can be quite unfair.
It is something that we see on the tour, on the women's tour.
It is, yes.
And there has been discussions about potentially for the men's tour. I know they do it for the end of tour year for the under 21s, as I call them.
They do,
the
yeah.
young guns.
My view on it is that I actually believe that once you're out there, you're on your own.
I'm with you.
I really think that's one thing that really separates tennis from a lot of sports, is that not only have you got to be this physical beast who can, you know, play some brilliant shots, you've also got to be a tactician. You've got to be able to outthink your opponent and think on your feet. So I'm not that keen on it.
Ditto.
And I don't think most coaches are, if I'm honest. You know, one of the big things for the NPC was about teaching players to be their own, you know, their own coach. Actually, they should be able to solve their own problems.
What's the NPC, by the way?
It's the mass performance qualification here that's ran. It's a level 5 by the LTA.
Well played.
Yeah, well done on the scoreboard. And looking really competitive there. She hit the new start button there. that's what we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
About you know, dusting off your boots when it's not gone your way, or even if it has gone your way. How are you gonna, you know, reset, ready for the next set?
And she did reach the quarterfinals at Wimbledon in the mixed doubles in 2019 with Evan Hoyt.
Yes, she's a much seasoned doubles player. And I think last year she has a couple of really good results. I know she made the semi-finals of a WTA in France as well with her partner Sarah Beth Gray.
She's also playing here.
Yes, she is.
as
I think
part of
she
Battle of
took the
Brits.
win this morning against Freya Christie. Be interested to see how many aces Emma's hit. I think it's a fair few now. And not all in one particular direction, but a lot from that deuce court. Giving Eden absolutely no time to recover there, all over it.
And Emma does have a title, of course. You talked earlier about that she won the British Tour Masters earlier this year.
She's had a couple of professional titles. I think there was a couple of 15,000s that she won a few years ago, and then she won the $25,000 challenger in Pune in India last year. Wow.
I'll leave
That's
that to
some
you to say.
weapon.
Yes, that is some weapon. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's very nice to have a game. I would have loved it myself, actually. A game where you know you're going to start 30 love up every game because you know you're going to get 2 free points.
It's very Serena Williams-esque.
It is. It's very effortless, very simple on the motion.
And in a way, it's your get out of jail card as well.
It is. It's your foundations. And I would say it's probably what's really setting her apart here from Eden, because you're so relaxed naturally going into the game, or even into your returning game, knowing that your serve's pretty safe.
And I love service game for Emma Raducanu. Again, early in this second set. But again, Eden, as we've talked about, just needs to play her game.
Yeah, and keep grafting. Hang tough.
Again, I could see what Eden was trying to do there. Just
She
sending
definitely
one.
favours her backhand, but I'd like to see that middle ball mainly as a forehand, purely on the fact that you can hit more spots with your forehand than I believe she can hit with her backhand, even if she's not necessarily as comfortable hitting her forehand there. We haven't seen many of those, not many cheap points. And a very nice point there from Eden, opening the court firstly with that forehand cross, then was then able to inject that little bit of pace down the line, and then finishing with that little bit of a drop shot. That's the variation that I think that she needs to be able to throw Emma at the minute. I don't think outpowering's going to be the way forward. The one thing I think that she needs to do better after these drop shots is be ready. If we look at this replay, she stands kind of in no man's land, very much sort of flat on her feet after a great drop shot. She either needs to back up or get in. Be ready either way.
I was watching to see where that tennis ball was going to land because it was getting dangerously close to the camera.
Oh, it's a super change of pace there.
And at 30 all, I was going to ask you again, is this the dangerous point? And this was it, wasn't it?
This is, and that's where a little bit predictable with that ball. I don't feel that Eden could have gone cross. So Emma picked it straight away and hit the lob.
Who's giving it? The umpire has given it. So Emma
It was a close
Raducanu,
call.
yeah, she does have the break. She now leads 2-1 in the second set, and by the first set by 6-2. We could say that this is early. We are early into the second set, but this could be exactly the same as what happened in the first set.
Yes, definitely. I think, again, Emma looks incredibly comfortable, not really giving away many cheap points and very much in control of the play here. Eden needs to change something. I think this is one of the things that when we were talking about on-court coaching is that ability to be able to adapt to each situation, and that's what I want to see from her here. That change of pace, that maybe the change of position on return to give Emma a different look. The more that she gets into that rhythm, it's going to be more and more difficult to stop her otherwise.
I remember when I was watching the US Open final with Azarenka and Osaka, and those first few games, you could see Osaka just wasn't clicking for her. And then she sat down in the changeover and put the towel over her head, and you could see, even though you couldn't see what was going underneath, you're thinking the cogs are turning.
Yeah, and that's
it. And
that's
exactly it, isn't it? And then she changed her game, and then obviously went on to lift the trophy at the end.
And that's it with tennis. It's not just about the sport. It's what those transferable skills are going to give you after you played sport. You know, that problem solving is key and something that needs to remain firmly within the game.
Emma Raducanu with the break in the second set. Oh, that serve is just...
Yeah.
You know me, I love my serves.
It is.
It's like a gush.
And that's it. She needs to find a way of making her play there. It's a little too easy at the minute for Emma. A different look is definitely, I think, on the cards. There we go. She's just heard me.
Now, let's get this point played. What did she do there?
So she slightly changed her position. That's what we mean by a different look. Sometimes if you're playing against someone who's just got this huge serve, by actually just changing your position, maybe it will even just make them think about what they're doing. And that's what's really important. It's changing and breaking their rhythm that's going to be key to be able to just get the extra few points on this service game.
Again, if you look at the men's game when Nadal is serving, you see how far the returner is standing right at that, and then they'll come back in.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I actually don't think the return position matters too much. It's how you recover behind it, necessarily. You know, if you start 15 feet behind the baseline and then you stay there, then you're going to be in trouble. But if you notice, Andy actually stands a long way back, but he is back up the court as soon as he can. Whereas Novak, you know, you'll see him within a metre or two of the baseline, and that's just where he likes to stay.
I'd say Eden was able to attack that second serve.
She was, but didn't quite do enough with it, because Emma actually was almost pretty stationary when she hit that forehand. She was actually reaching for a little bit. That's why it just came off the top of the racket. But it's making sure when she does attack that she's attacking effectively, and I don't think pace necessarily is the right way to beat Emma. I think maybe making her move, that little bit of change of pace, that's more going to be more effective than trying to outpower her.
And Emma Raducanu, she backs up the break. Now leads by 3-1 in the second set, and the first set by 6-2. Let us know your thoughts for the first day of the Battle of the Brits Premier League. What have you been doing today while you've been watching the tennis? Chilling out on the sofa, sorting out Christmas dinner, wrapping presents, or trying to sort out your travel plans? Do let us know in the comments. We will be looking, so keep them clean, of course. Let us know what you think of the first day's play.
Eden's, yeah, but I think we both seen it at the same time. I think Eden's starting to feel a little bit of the pressure there now. It's going to be really, really important that she tries to steady the ship here and actually just try and take 1 point at a time. Go back to the plan that was working, that variation. Right, big point coming up. Come on, this is where she needs to dig deep. First serve, look to set up the point, be happy to construct.
If you could just open the door and shout that out, that'd
Yes,
be great.
That's it.
Eden's hanging in there.
She is. And this is what it's all about. Hang tough and actually stick with them. You never know. You might get an opportunity later on in the set. Just keep investing in your own service games. Take your time and stick with your plan. She's got the time. Surprised Emma didn't read that one, that ball toss. I thought was going to end up on the next court there, but she could only hit round it. But ended up being very short in the box and very, very awkward. A good serve.
It's like you say, 1 point at a time.
Yes.
Yeah. Great serve.
Well done.
Yep.
That's a fantastic hold there from Love 30. And it's very easy to get dragged into that scoreboard pressure. You know, just to play and think, oh gosh, you know, I'm setting a break. It's all running away from me very, very quickly. And actually it is just about taking a deep breath, taking it 1 point at a time.
We just saw there, the camera just clipped away, but you just saw there Emma was shaking her head.
Yeah, she was frustrated. She knows that she's given Eden a lifeline there that maybe wasn't deserved necessarily. So, but that's the peaks and troughs of tennis. That's it. some really positive comments about Emma on the YouTube. Everyone's really commenting on how complete her game is and how well she moves, and the fact that her serve is an absolute bomb.
Exactly all the things you've been talking about, Yaz. Great stuff. Continue sending us your comments in. Keep them clean, as I keep saying, which you are doing, which is great. Let us know what you thought of first day's play, and particularly this match between Emma Raducanu and Eden Silva. Emma did take the first set by 6 games to 2. She's leading in the second. She does have a break at 3 games to 2. But Eden's doing a sterling job. She is causing problems for the young 18-year-old, the recently turned young 18-year-old. Oh, to be 18 again, yes.
Oh, I know, I can't remember.
Oh dear. Anyway, back to the tennis. That serve, honestly, is a weapon.
I think they've just called it wide.
Oh.
It was close, but I think Eden didn't move. I think she felt it was wide, and I think the umpire may have agreed with her there.
Now this game is going to be interesting, I think, for Emma Raducanu because of her shaking her head at the changeover.
Yes.
She now, as you said, she needs to reset,
Yes, definitely.
follow the plan, and not let things overwhelm her.
Yeah, I think she's probably quite experienced in playing sort of competitive matches at a good level. So I very much doubt that it will get to her. But if Eden can hang tough, you know, she's got love 15. She's willing to invest in this point. Could get interesting. What? Bad luck. It was the right thing to do, and actually she would have had an attacking ball had that gone in on that next shot. I wonder if this is her, you know, her standard serving, because I'm very impressed with it. I wonder if this is a good serving day, or if this is just how she rolls, because this is very impressive. Got very lucky there. She ran onto it. She had more time than she thought there, I think. She ran onto it and actually rushed it a little bit, and Eden did nowhere near enough with this ball. She read it but didn't do enough, and then was trying to get out of the way.
We have it.
And that's the difference. If you look there, you know, there was three points off her first serve there. To be fair to Eden, she got a racket on all of them, had the opportunity, but it's making the most of those opportunities when you have them. And she wasn't able to put any of those returns in. And subsequently, it's 4-2 to Emma. Great serve. It's short in the box. It's skidding away from Emma. Not able to take that one that little bit earlier, or she should be trying to take that a little bit earlier and cut that angle off. Bad luck. Again, I'm really impressed with Emma there. Under a little bit of pressure, changed direction, was able to get neutral or even aggressive, and actually put Eden under a little bit of pressure. I think it's one thing that people do not use enough, is just the ability to change direction. Not necessarily as a winner, but just to make them move.
Just overhit
Bad
that
luck.
forehand.
I think that was a great shot, though. I think the intention was right, actually breaking the sideline there. And Emma would have been in a lot of trouble if had that just dropped in. That's a very good shot.
Why did that work?
I think that it hit the line.
As simple as that, yes.
It was that good. It was a bullet for one, and Emma guessed the wrong way. So, yeah. She waited that split second, saw Emma do that double split to the left, and then was able to pick her spot. It's a great ball. Again, creating that little bit more width with the serve. I've noticed Emma's position on her, her court position has just dropped back slightly, and that's now allowing Eden just to find those angles, and then again hitting that fantastic finish forehand down the line. It's getting competitive. Very good point there.
Yeah, good game from Eden Silva there,
Very, very
holding
good
her
game.
serve as well.
Showing all different ways that backhand can be effective, and able to really sit on that low ball and take it cross court.
Because one of the comments I'm looking at on the live chat, somebody talks about that they're not sure what they expect Eden Silva to change when you can rarely get up to the baseline, let alone net your strategy. Your strategy is meaningless if you can't, let alone get into the net. But Eden,
Yes.
but then Eden has demonstrated there are ways that she can cause Emma problems.
Yes, I think the one thing that Emma's doing really well is making Eden move, and that's the one thing that Eden hasn't really exposed. Emma's been able to control the court very much from the middle. If she'd put a few more, this is what I want to see this game. Whether she wins it or loses it, last game there was 3 missed returns. This game you've got to put those returns in, regardless of whether. You've got to make Emma play, and then that pressure in itself, a little bit of scoreboard pressure, she might miss 1 or 2, and before you know it, having won barely a point on Emma's service games, you might get to 30 all. Be interested to see what she does next.
So Emma Raducanu does have a break in the second set. She currently leads by 4 games to 3 and took the first set by 6 games to 2.
That is fantastic. That return put in. Emma was still in control of the point there, but the composure under pressure there to make Emma play, and then actually be the first one to change direction. That's one of the first times I think we've seen Eden be the one who pulls that trigger first. great point.
That's a
Made
great
her
point.
play, but actually, that's fine. That's okay. Regroup, next one. She hits the winner too good, but at least make her play it.
Or play that extra shot that you were talking about.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. There was too many cheap points last game.
Oh for Hawkeye or a line judge.
I think they all know secretly everything
Yeah.
are out anyway.
Yeah.
Well done.
This is getting
Very, very good point again.
It's getting very interesting, I think.
There was that second set. I've noticed that Eden's court position on the returns just dropped back a fraction. And that was why Emma tried to go wide on that first serve. Bad luck.
Oh, the net.
Well, you say that, but actually Eden's 2 metres back, so that should be nowhere near the net, really. But again, we're at 30 all. This is what I was saying before. She's made 4 returns. We're now at 30 all. This is where it gets interesting.
I think this has been an interesting game.
It has. The last few years, definitely. Too good, too good. But that's what I like to see from both players. You know, it's a big point. So the scoreboard just clicked 5-3. It's not. It's 40-30. But big serve, made her play. Awkward forehand. You know, shoulder height. It's the ones that you miss when you're under a little bit of pressure. But actually, Emma didn't blink. That's what practice is for. Great return.
That makes it 40 all rather than
Yes.
5-3.
Yes.
Everyone,
Yeah.
just in case you're wondering what's going on.
Yes.
It's 40 all now. Deuce.
I believe this is the first time they've been to deuce on Emma's serve, I think. I don't think Eden's had a break point yet, though. That's very, very smart play. Took the little bit of pace off that serve, made it drift wide. Eden tried to give herself that little bit of time, tried to put that ball back in play, but Emma just took that right away with that drive volley. Lots of margin. Great play. was a little bit of scoreboard pressure, I think, or that maybe that was that backhand from that previous point that she took on. Whatever it was, we're back to deuce. That's the one you practice till the cows come home. Emma seems to have it in the bag.
Yeah, forehand down the line.
Widen space all day long. Great point. First return that she'd missed. First one, but actually that game was super competitive, and she needs to dig deep right now to keep this match going, make it as long as possible. Oh, new balls coming.
Yeah. Which means
we need lots of first serves, because they'll be coming past you like bullets otherwise on those returns. Footwork's got to be that extra step quicker as well.
on the one hand, you've got Eden Silva, who will try and serve to stay within this match, particularly in this set. On the other hand, you've got Emma Raducanu, who could break and take the set and the match. I don't know about you, but I feel the tension levels have just gone up a little bit.
They have. I can see that everyone's bending their knees that little bit more now. Bad luck. It was the right point. Good sneak. Didn't quite get the timing of the feet. But I'm starting to see, even if it's a little bit late, Eden trying to take control of this match.
There's some pressure going on here, and Eden just needs to stay calm, as she has done, to be fair, throughout the match. There you go. Getting those first serves in will be absolutely crucial. Those first 2 points, as you've told me.
Yes. I mean, they're all worth one, but there's definitely those first two. They count.
And that point you made earlier about the longer rally seemed to favour Eden Silva. Perhaps that's another tactic to employ now.
Yes, I think those short points are built for Emma. She is quite happy to hit through people in a serve and a couple of shots, or a return and a couple of shots. So the longer that you can make those rallies and the longer you can make this match go on for, the better she'll be, the more successful she'll be. Couple of routine mistakes there from Emma now as well. Maybe a little bit nervous. All the balls are skidding. One of the two. One of the two.
I'll go with the balls.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe two.
Oh, and she knew it. Eden knew it.
You heard the squeal, didn't you? As soon as it comes off the racket. Doesn't matter what level you play at, you know when it's a fluffer, don't you? That's it.
There you go. Silva holds.
Okay, so she's going to have to serve it out. She's held serve every time since, but last time was a little bit difficult. Although she might have the new balls to help her out at this time.
Seems a lot longer than an hour and 10 minutes, this match.
Yeah, I think the first set was, what was it, 30 minutes?
Yes.
The second set's been really, really tight, very, very competitive. Been good from both.
Potentially, as we head into this final game of the set, and potentially the match as well, do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. We are looking, and you are keeping them clean. Thank you very much. You can see that you're really enjoying this match between Emma Raducanu and Eden Silva, and thoroughly loved the match between Dan Evans and Andy Murray as well. But there's been some fantastic matches today. There'll be fantastic matches tomorrow and Tuesday as well here at the National Tennis Centre under strict COVID restrictions as well. Everybody following the rules so we can watch some elite tennis and fantastic tennis before Christmas.
Just what everyone needs, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I think every tennis fan needs this year. We need more of a tennis fix, I think.
So Emma Raducanu serving for the match.
Some frustration there on court one, I think. It's another match at the business end. It's Jan Choinski playing Aidan McHugh. Come on, Eden, get those returns in. Give yourself an opportunity to get into those points.
This is an important point, I think.
Yeah, just a little.
I'm downplaying it a lot, but I can feel the tension. Don't slam that racket, Emma. It was tempting, I'm sure, but stay focused. That was a great return by
really,
Eden
really
Silva. Yes.
Able to put that little bit of pressure on Emma. I think she'll be looking for a first serve here. Oh, bad luck. A fantastic
Right,
point.
break that down
Right.
for me, please.
I mean, it was great. I think at the start of that point, Eden was able to really dictate with her backhand. Little bit unlucky. Ooh, it was a close call. I think Eden questioned it. Couldn't see it on the playback, but I'm sure everyone will have an opinion on whether that was in or out.
Double match point for the 18-year-old Emma Raducanu here at the Battle of the Brits.
double fault.
Second double fault of the match, I think.
Yep, second in the last 2 games as well. I know which position I'd rather be in though. So that's what you've always got to tell yourself in those pressure moments, especially when you're winning.
Match point.
That was a fantastic return there from Eden. It didn't have anything on it. It just drifted inside the baseline, and Emma had to do all the work.
Whatever happens with this match, you can say that Eden Silva has battled hard.
Yeah, she has. But also those last 2 points, she's put 1 return in to win those 2 points. She's put 2 returns in to now get her first break point of the match. Wow,
That's a turn up for the
I'd
books.
say now that is a turn of events.
That wasn't in the script for sure.
And that's tennis for you right there.
And Eden Silva gets the break. We are back on serve.
And it's a funny old game. And
It is.
And that's how a little bit of scoreboard pressure, and actually the break there, I firmly believe, was down to that sort of compound pressure that she'd felt in the last game. Even though Eden hadn't actually had a break point, she was happy to stay quite neutral. She was making her play more balls.
I'm going to state the obvious, but Eden Silva needs to hold.
Absolutely, a break is not a break until you hold.
And I must admit, that last point, before the break point, I thought it literally just caught the line. It was that fine to get that, for Eden Silva to get that break point. I did look at it going,
Yeah.
did it make the line?
Yeah.
They clearly it did. And Eden Silva, she got the break back, and we're back on serve in the second set.
What's quite interesting is that Eden's actually reacting now. You know, I think that big, sometimes when you've been down and you get back, you have that big like moment, and that's where she can't afford to relax, and she's almost now flipped the pressure on herself because she probably wasn't expecting to get back into it, and now has, and is now trying to almost do too much. She just needs more of the same.
And as you say, go on.
A break's not a break till you hold. She's got 3 bites of the cherry now to get a second chance to hold serve and win this match. And it is that big relaxing moment after getting back, and that's where you can't afford to sit on your laurels.
And there you have it, Emma Raducanu, she gets the triple break point. She will serve for the set, leads by 6 games to 5, and she took the first set by 6 games to 2. How quickly as tennis changes, it's just...
And but that's the beauty of it as well. That's why, you know, you'll see people, you'll hear people say, you know, I was match point up, and actually that means nothing, because you can be match point up and happily lose, and match point down and win. So I'm sure you'll hear stories from both sides of that coin. But that's why it really is not over until that very last point.
Well,
and that's the magical thing about tennis.
We see that time and time again in Grand Slams. We saw that with Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Yeah.
What was it, 6 match points against
What a challenge! What?
It was. We saw it with Federer at Wimbledon last year.
Yep.
You know, it happens to the. I think it was one of the very last times or very first time in fact, that somebody had been match point up or championship point up and then had gone on to lose, and that is the beauty of tennis, and the scoring system is so messed up that you can win and lose all at the same time. But that's why you need to get, Eden right here. She broke her last time. Why can't she do it again?
Yeah, good question. It is Emma Raducanu who will come out to serve for this match. At 6-5 in the second set. Beginning to think, yes, that Emma heard you, because she's down by love 30 already.
Yeah. It's one of those where it's just all about who can hold their nerve, keep playing the ball rather than the score. But that, I think, is very cheap from Eden there. She's had some good gains by making her play, finding her ways into the rallies, and actually she needs those points.
Game of the match for me.
Wow,
that was.
She deserved that one.
Yep.
She really did deserve that one. Emma, this shot here, I'm not sure what happened to Emma. She didn't finish it at all, and then just got caught in no man's land. I think she felt that she had won the point with that short shot, but Eden is a fantastic athlete, and look at her footwork there. She was all over it.
And Eden Silva has break point.
But she's making her play, isn't she? She's making her win and earn those points, and that's the difference that I think that I've seen in this last 30 minutes. There's no cheap points. Emma's really having to work, even though she's hitting those winners still. She's having to work to win them.
Still has break point, Eden Silva.
Another double fault.
I'm going to do a Gary Neville when he goes, ooh, when he's watching a Premier League match. I'm going to do the same. Where it's like, oh. And Eden Silva's got break point here. There you have
That
it.
was a
Eden Silva,
change of
she gets the
pace.
break. Yep, gets the break. It's back on serve.
That was a huge change of pace on that first serve. Obviously not feeling as confident, having not made as many first serves, and actually ended up going for a kicker onto Eden's best shot. So, yeah, interesting serving there.
And we have a tie break.
We do. Followed by potentially another tie break, if not. Tentative first point there from Emma, actually. Eden's definitely the person looking to take control a little bit more now. I'll be interested to see what she does with her first serve here after hitting those couple of double faults. Generally they're going long because she doesn't have quite enough racket head speed on it, so there's just not enough spin to bring it back down. And that's that confidence when you're under pressure. There it is again. I'm noticing that ball toss is drifting a little bit behind her as well, and that racket head speed, she's not going up the back of the ball, she's kind of hitting through it, so it's just drifting long. There's no spin on there. It's I remember I did some work with Navratilova a few years ago, well, many years ago.
Nice
back
name
in my
drop there,
career.
yes.
Oh,
Yes.
thanks. And her big thing was the second serve. Safety always comes in speed, fast racket head speed. Oh!
2-1 Silva.
Oh, it was wide. Oh,
I
bad luck.
did, yeah, I did.
I
waiting.
was about to be a mic drop there. That was bad luck. It was a super point from both again.
Yep.
Lovely change of pace there from Eden. Just the right time. Right, can she hold her serve these next 2 points? Mini break.
How quickly a game of tennis can change.
Yeah,
We all,
absolutely.
I thought that Emma Raducanu had it that second set. It was game done, game over. But look where we are.
But that 6-2, 3-1, 30 love
Yep.
is looking pretty crucial now. Nice, very, very nice. There's one thing that Emma seems very comfortable with. As soon as that ball goes up in the air, she's very comfortable at taking that shoulder high forehand or the drive volley to take the time away.
I think we have to give that a little clap as well.
That was
actually.
very
yeah,
nice,
That was
very,
very,
very nice.
She literally leaped up in the air and like.
She did. She was
Yeah.
definitely off the ground on that one.
Yes. I know you're probably engrossed, everyone watching this tie break, because it's fascinating. But do keep your comments coming in on the LTA YouTube feed. You are keeping them clean. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let us know what you think of the first day's play, of course, and this match, which is just completely turned on its head.
There was an extra couple of steps needed there from Eden. She's got a fantastic backhand, but she was most definitely reaching. There's some come-ons coming out there as well now. Everyone's getting a little bit nervous.
Because it feels very tight all of a sudden. It's so tight between the two.
It is. There is absolutely nothing in it now. I'm not sure if the serve is that much of an advantage anymore.
What is the advantage here, do you think?
I think definitely the first person to change direction within the rally seems to be taking control of the point.
And the mental side as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I'd
Definitely
say.
not wavering.
Yes.
Not wavering. I'd love to know what that serve percentage has dropped to from Emma, because I think we genuinely went 6 games with Eden winning 1 point, and now all of a sudden, you know, she's broken her the last 2 games, and I think it was definitely the right ball to attack there. I think she could have done it with a little bit more margin, but no, definitely the right ball.
Raducanu just gave herself a tiny little fist pump there. Just a tiny
Just a little one.
Just a little one.
And this is quite interesting because Emma, I don't think is a natural defender. I don't think she wants to be defending.
She wants to attack
She
all the
wants
time.
to attack, which is why it's quite interesting seeing her actually actively defending.
But then you can't attack all the time. You're
You
gonna
can't. You're
You're gonna have to protect that baseline at some point.
You are, and I don't think she's as comfortable there as she wants to be.
I think that scoreboard should say 4-all, by the way.
I know. I'm not sure. I've seen it doing some funky things. And that was, unfortunately, was not the right time for a drop shot. That's where it's actually a little bit of a panic, and it's a bit of a panic buy, we call it. You've just gone for the shot that feels the easiest, not necessarily the smartest. But well done for Emma for executing that backhand. Right. Do we think she's going to be quite as chilled out as she was in those first 2 match points?
I'm just going to sit here and watch with you and not try and call this one at all, because it's been so topsy-turvy. But
I think I'd be going body, nice big serve body on that with that first serve to try and set up the point. Wouldn't be going for anything too flash, I don't think. Oh, but I'm completely wrong.
And she takes it with an ace, and of course she does. And it's Emma Raducanu who comes through that extremely tight, very competitive, intense match. 6 games to 2, 7-6 in the second set. That tie break, which we didn't see coming at all. Yes, break it down for me, please.
I think it was great. I think Emma found her way eventually. She was having to play outside of her comfort zone, which was quite nice to see as well. I think she can definitely improve her defensive skills. But her attacking, I mean, is world class, I think, already for her age. And actually, just in general, I think it's world class. Definitely some work to be done on that second serve. She needs that faster racket head speed, especially when you're nervous. It's when those nerves kick in and your arms get heavy, and before you know it, it slows down, and that's where those serves were drifting long. But I like the fact that she invests in her mistakes. You know, she's willing to be the person who's in control and actually lose those points as well. And if you look at the stats, they got a lot closer in that second set. But Raducanu, the big one is the first serve percentage of points won. The second serve was pretty level, but actually, when those first serves were going in, she was able to really dictate the points.
And those aces as well, as you can see, 5
Yeah.
aces there from Raducanu then. The double faults are fairly close, but it's those aces as well. Those, as I call the get out of jail cards,
They were, but
and she used them at the right time.
definitely the aces were, but they were all coming in the first set when she was winning quite comfortably. Whereas if you notice those double faults, I think there was 3 or 4 in those last couple of service games, maybe last 3 or 4 service games. So it's definitely something that she can work on and she can improve. I mean, she can improve her entire game, of course.
Yes.
But you know, I really think the sky's the limit for her. She's a very good all-round player. But I think from Eden there, that was really positive, because you look at Eden, she's mainly been playing doubles, and actually she was, you know, that second set, if she'd started in that vein, you know, it would have been a really good match. I definitely think she can keep working on developing her serve. I think it's still a little bit one-dimensional. She likes to slice too much, but her backhand is phenomenal. I mean, it's a total weapon. And when she was changing direction there sooner than her opponent, she was able to gain a lot more control of those points.
Yes, it's been fantastic to have your company
Oh, no,
again
thank
this
you very much.
afternoon. We will be back tomorrow for more Battle of the Brits Premier League tennis. And as we were talking about there, really good match to end on. Match number 4. Emma Raducanu gets it done, 6-2, 7-6 against Eden Silva. Gold stars, I think, for both players. It was very intense, very competitive. Hope you enjoyed our coverage on the LTA YouTube channels and our socials as well. Of course, there will be more matches tomorrow, starting off around about 10 o'clock. Lots to enjoy. Enjoy your evening. Hope you've loved watching some tennis. We'll be back with you tomorrow for some more. Have a good evening.